G'day, May 40 here. So, Stephen Miller is my favorite member of the Trump administration. And how has he lasted so long with Donald Trump? He joined Donald Trump's team in 2015. So why has someone like Stephen Miller lasted while Stephen Bannon fell out of favor? And that's because Stephen Miller puts Donald Trump and his agenda first, and Stephen Miller tries to build fences with Trump's family, all right, Ivanka and Jared. He tries to build fences all across the Trump administration, in addition to trying to be highly effective. So you can be quite competent, but if you unnecessarily alienate people, you're not going to necessarily succeed in life, right? There are certain tasks that require that you get along with other people, and then there are other tasks that you can just do on your own. It doesn't matter whether or not you get along with other people. If you're working for the Trump administration in the White House, if you're a senior policy advisor like Stephen Miller, you have to get along with people. And Stephen Miller puts a great deal of emphasis on that, and he has made himself into a vessel for Donald Trump's agenda. And that's why he's so incredibly successful. And that's why, by contrast, when you listen to people like Steve Bannon, you can see his ego, his own self-aggrandizement coming through. But here's an interview on Maria Bartiromo with Stephen Miller.
Is the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. Stephen, it's wonderful to have you this morning. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, it's great to be here. Thank you, Maria, as always.
I want to start with tariffs, sir, because I know markets are focused on this very closely. And I was told by a source that President Trump is going to announce reciprocal tariffs against Europe, but it's going to be more than just reciprocal. He's also going to add on more to the tariff to cover the VAT tax, which Europe charges us, a VAT tax. So can you tell us what we are expecting next week?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the president's announcement, but I do want to explain a very important point the president feels very strongly about. Other nations all around the world use the VAT to get an unfair trade advantage against the United States. Did you know when you ship a car from the United States to Europe, if they let it...
All right, notice how he keeps talking about the president, the president, the president. All right, it's not about me. It's about the president's agenda.
At all, because of course they have many non-tariff barriers, that between the VAT and duties, that car is taxed at 30%. A German car or a European car sent to America is taxed at 2.5%, or basically zero. This is a major reason why the U.S. auto industry has been getting hammered and hemorrhaging jobs for so long. It is massively unfair treatment. And the president's making clear that we are going to pursue a policy of reciprocity. In other words, if we're getting charged 30% by Europe, then we need to charge them 30% in return. If they want to be charged less than 30%, they're going to have to lower their barriers so that it's fair and equal and, yes, reciprocal treatment. Here's another area where Europe is engaging in predatory practices. They're fining our tech companies billions and billions of dollars. These are revenues and jobs that should be here in the United States. Tech companies are subject to digital taxes, censorship, and onerous financial penalties that are tens of billions of dollars every single year. Obviously, that has to go into the reciprocal treatment as well. You cannot have a situation where our country, our auto companies, our tech companies are just a piggy bank for Europe. Enough is enough. The president is going to insist on fair treatment. He's going to insist on equal treatment, and he's going to defend American businesses and American enterprise.
Well, we have a deficit with the Eurozone, so it sounds like next week we're going to hear a correction by President Trump instituting a tariff plus on the Eurozone. That means a reciprocal tariff plus a VAT tax.
He's going to put forward a plan. Again, I don't want to get ahead of his announcement in terms of timetables and deadlines and everything else. He's going to put forward a plan, and he's going to work together with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of the Treasury, the U.S. Trade Office, and they're going to implement that plan in due course. So, again, I don't want to get ahead of the president, but at a principle level, I want to be clear that what President Trump is saying is other countries around the world cannot charge us 20% or 30%, or in the case of some countries, 100%, and then we charge them nothing. It is bankrupting our industry. It is driving up our deficit. It is stealing our jobs. For 4 years under Joe Biden, this was done to us. We were robbed blind. The trade deficit soared ever higher. President Trump is coming in and he's saying we are not going to let our country and our companies be taken advantage of anymore. It's a new day and there is a new president.
also bankrupting us is all of this wasteful spending, outrageous spending coming out of USAID. And I know that movement continues throughout government. What do you want to say about all of this spending and the efforts by some of these liberal judges to...
So something is fascinating. Maria Bartiromo was the principal reason why Fox News had to pay out something like $700 billion in a libel suit settlement. And Tucker Carlson, out of the major personalities at Fox News, probably did the least towards pushing Trump's misinformation about the 2020 election results. Maria Bartiromo did the most. And yet she still has a job at Fox News. And Tucker Carlson was bounced the day after the settlement was announced. So that's curious, right? Maria Bartiromo, right, was probably responsible for, say, $400 billion worth, or was it 400 million? 400 million of that Fox News settlement. And yet she still has a job. Isn't that weird?
To stop President Trump from allowing Elon Musk access to these issues.
So, as you're aware, a radical left judge said that the Secretary of the Treasury cannot access the Treasury computer system. This isn't just unconstitutional. That ruling is an assault on the very idea of democracy itself.
So it was April 18 when Fox News reached a $787 million settlement with Dominion Voting Systems. And Maria Bartiromo is probably responsible for at least $400 million worth of that settlement. And yet Maria Bartiromo still has a job, and Tucker Carlson was bounced. So curious.
What we continue to see here is the idea that rogue bureaucrats who are elected by no one, who answer to no one, who have lifetime tenure jobs, who we would be told can never be fired, which of course is not true, that the power has been cemented and accumulated for years, whether it be with the Treasury bureaucrats or the FBI bureaucrats or the CIA bureaucrats or the USAID bureaucrats, with this unelected shadow force that is running our government and running our country. Donald Trump is engaging in the most important restoration of democracy in over a century by saying that we are going to restore power to the people through their elected president and his appointed officers. That is the only way we can have true democracy in this country. You elect a president, he appoints a staff, the staff transparently carries out his orders on behalf of the whole nation. But this nonsense, where we have rogue, unelected, unaccountable, and previously unfireable bureaucrats who do whatever the hell they want with no one telling them and no one controlling them, we're not going to let that happen anymore. We're going to have a democracy, and we're going to have an executive branch that serves the American...
So this problem with bureaucrats doing what they want, this is a problem throughout the first world, right? There is no advanced economy that does not have a challenge with bureaucrats doing what the hell they want. So in the history of the most advanced economies, the executive branch largely is unable to control its bureaucrats. The legislative branch is unable to control its bureaucrats, and the judicial branch is usually unable to control its bureaucrats. You can very rarely directly sue a government bureaucrat. So what the Trump administration is doing here is incredibly unusual.
American people, that answers to the American people, and that answers the will of the American voter.
George Soros's prosecutors were reportedly getting money. Did anybody really understand where this money from USAID was going? Stephen, was this being just a slush fund for the Democrats' favorite causes like sex change operations in Guatemala?
Yes, the USAID was a slush fund, first of all, for left-wing projects around the globe, like gender surgeries around the world, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, crazy Green New Deal climate scams, and every other lunatic left-wing project that is bankrupting this country. But even beyond that, it was funding an army of left-wing activists, these NGOs, non-governmental organizations, NGOs. They get billions and billions of dollars, and they use that money to then infiltrate corporate America, to then infiltrate the public sector, to then resettle, for example, at taxpayer expense, millions of illegal aliens into this country, to drive racist equity policies, to drive radical left gender policies. And so what we've learned is that the left's, this mammoth left-wing power structure, plus left-wing media, wasn't organic. It wasn't created naturally. It was funded by taxpayer dollars. And that is why they are screaming and screeching so loud now, is because President Trump is cutting off the slush fund to the organizations that hate and hurt America.
And he's also cutting out the people who are getting these intelligence briefings, who may not should not be able to get these intelligence briefings. The president revealing more people that he's revoking national security clearances and intelligence briefing, including Joe Biden, including the 51 spies who lied, including perhaps Anthony Blinken and Jake Sullivan. Of course, Jake Sullivan, one of the mouthpieces of the Russia collusion hoax so many years ago. Your reaction?
Yeah, this is part and parcel of the same issue. People leave government. They are now private citizens, but they continue to have access to sensitive secrets, and then they use that access in conjunction and partnership with the bureaucracy to weaponize intelligence against American people and against political enemies. And President Trump is saying, no, that stops. Drain the swamp isn't just a talking point. It is a mandate. For 4 years, this issue between 2020 and 2024 was endlessly litigated before the American people about weaponized justice, about weaponized intelligence, about weaponized bureaucracy. And the American people elected Donald Trump, and they said, shut it all down. Shut down the weaponization, shut down the abuse of our intelligence system, shut down this entire system that crushes our rights and freedoms at the expense of a privileged few. And that is what he is doing. He is following through on the mandate that the American people gave him to say that our intelligence system and our law enforcement system are not going to be partisan weapons and partisan tools anymore. They're going to be used to keep America safe, to keep terrorists and illegal aliens from hurting our citizens, and they're going to be used to protect the American Republic, and that's what's happening, Maria.
Okay, so last night at the end of the show, I got quite heated at Horatius. I said he was lying. I said he was addicted to lying. He was addicted to losing. And Horatius has come back this morning. First thing on the show, he is providing evidence for his assertion. And it may very well turn out that I was wrong and that he was right about something that Chris Rufo said. Let's have a listen.
America is going to look very different in 100 years. You're not going to be able to tell you're black, you're white, you're Hispanic, you're Puerto Rican, whatever. It's going to be very complex, and I think ultimately that's going to be good. America is going to look very different in 100 years.
Okay, so Horatius said that Chris Rufo welcomes the browning of America, and based on that clip, it does sound like he welcomes the browning of America. Okay, so he's talking about 100 years from now, so it's speculative. I don't think that you can say his agenda is primarily about the browning of America. He is the most successful right-wing American activist in 50 years. I don't think we should get too hung up on an occasional stray remark about speculating what's going to happen in 100 years. Also, he has to operate on a field of battle that's largely created by the enemy. Right? Chris Rufo has to constantly deal with left-wing publications such as The New Yorker, The New York Times, Washington Post, Politico, taking pot shots at him. He has to work on the field of the enemy. He does not get to enjoy the same freedom of speech that you and I have because he's so incredibly influential. So the more responsibility you have, all right, the more you'll be held account to the things that you say, and the steeper your fall, and the more people who will be hurt. So he has to operate within a highly politically correct paradigm. So I say give Chris Rufo a break on that remark. Look at his overall success at dismantling DEI programs. He hosts a weekly show with Lomez, who is Steve Saylor's publisher. Right? He's engaging with Steve Saylor and Nathan Kofnas on a regular basis. Chris Rufo is incredibly heroic. He is a champion of the right. He's incredibly influential and effective, and so we should cut people a break. But now I better understand where you're coming from, and Horatius, I withdraw my charge that you were lying. I still hold that you're addicted to losing, but I withdraw my charge that you are lying. You provided the evidence, and I stand corrected. Okay, so I woke up this morning at 3 a.m. and I wanted to record the nightmare that I just had about AI. And I've never thought about AI in nightmarish terms, but it happened in the early hours of this morning. So let me capture it while it was still very fresh.
My God, I just woke up from the most horrifying AI nightmare. Okay, so in my nightmare,
So I'm still half asleep here. It kind of hurts to open my eyes, so that's why my eyes are closed. And I'll offer an interpretation of what I think the nightmare was about.
visiting my sister in Australia. And we were trying to decide what to do. And she received a card that would, if we just pushed a button on the card, it would activate a driver who would come pick us up, take us to the airport, and we could then get on a plane and fly to someplace cool, and it would all be paid for. And so, against my sister's will, I activate the card, and the driver comes to take us to the airport, and I just have my phone with me, right? Because I've got all my identification on my phone. And as we're getting close to the airport, there's this AI vehicle that has like a bulldozer element to it. It's got like that bulldozer thing at the front, and it starts chasing us, and it wreaks a vast amount of devastation. And it's a self-driving car it's a self-driving bulldozer that's hunting us down, and we barely escape. Get on the plane, go off to a really cool vacation. Plane drops us off again, and during that, I mean, it's horrifying what this self-driving bulldozer is doing. Is it's trying to hunt us down, and I keep saying, look, it's no worse than any other vehicle. And then my sister points and like, look at all the destruction that it has created as it's hunting us down. We must do the most death-defying feats to stay alive. Like we climb buildings, and this AI self-driving bulldozer is just smashing everything in its path, and we just barely escape. And I keep saying, look, it's no more scary than any other self-driving vehicle. It's not a big deal. And so I speak with my assurance that, hey, it's no big deal. It's just like any other self-driving bulldozer vehicle. It's like no big deal. My sister's like pointing out that the tremendous amount of destruction that this self-driving vehicle has done as it tries to hunt us down. Like it's just smashing everything in its path. We barely escape. Come back from the trip, get dropped off at the airport. Some like limo service picks us up from the airport, and we're driving back from the airport, and then another AI self-driving bulldozer appears, and this time there's going to be no escape. Right? It's hunting us down, and I realize that by underestimating the danger of this, I don't drink, pros. So don't ask me if I've been drinking. I don't drink. I just have nightmares. And so I poo-pooed all the dangers of AI and a self-driving bulldozer. But now it's after us again, and this time it's going to get us. Right? I dismissed the danger, and now I am going to pay the ultimate price, and not just me, but also a close family member. This AI bulldozer is just going to hunt us down, and we're done for, absolutely done for. And then I wake up. So that's my AI nightmare.
So this is how I understand that nightmare, and that is I have enabled Wi-Fi on my phone when I leave the house, and there have been situations where I was working for a company, and I was using company Wi-Fi, and I was checking my website from outside of the company, like on a break, outside of the company. I was 50 yards, 60 yards outside of my place of work, and I was looking up something on my website, and suddenly on my phone it comes up with a blocker, right? Your company's Wi-Fi is blocking this website as a hate site. Like my own website devoted to radical love and inclusion is being blocked by this corporate entity as a hate site, and I was effed. I was screwed. I was done for right then and there, even though I was checking it out on a break outside the company, but still somehow sucking in the company's Wi-Fi. So do not ever enable Wi-Fi to use Wi-Fi at your work, because then they'll have access to every single thing that you do on your phone during that time. And companies are increasingly looking to make layoffs without paying severance. So it's hard to imagine that you won't commit some infraction that would enable them to fire you for cause. And so just the monitoring of your phone and anything that you do on your phone within, let's say, 70 yards of your workplace, if you're pulling in any Wi-Fi, right, your boss, your company has access to every single thing going on your phone. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. It will just be a cause of constant humiliation. And so I'm wondering if that fear and that loss and that humiliation, right, maybe that was underlying my nightmare at 3 a.m. It was like a Waymo vehicle, but it had that bulldozer attachment. What's that bulldozer attachment at the front of a bulldozer that just pushes things away? And it was just chasing us down, and we had to like climb up some incredible building to get away from it. We barely survived with our lives the first time, and then go on our trip, come back, get off the plane, get back in a limo, and this time we know that the AI bulldozer is going to kill us. Whenever I have a nightmare that I'm going to die, I always wake up as soon as I realize that I'm going to die. That's when I wake up. I don't recall dying and then just continuing on with the nightmare.
President Trump has ordered the GSA, the government's landlord and contracting agency, to cancel all contracts with news organizations. I'll explain this tangled tale at the end of this segment. What 60 Minutes did, and I said this again and again from this chair, was wrong. It didn't look good. It didn't smell right. Asking Kamala Harris a question about the Middle East during the campaign against Donald Trump, this was her answer, which aired as a tease.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But on 60 Minutes, a different, sharper answer from Harris to the same question uttered after that earlier one.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
Just normal network editing. CBS had refused to release the video and transcript, just blew off the criticism, totally without merit. By the way, when I edit interviews, there's a flash to indicate when an answer came later. Now, it turns out that Shari Redstone, who controls Paramount, CBS's parent company, would very much like to settle President Trump's lawsuit. As the New York Times reports, she wants the administration to approve a multi-billion-dollar merger with a corporation called Skydance, which happens to be controlled by Oracle founder Larry Ellison, who was in the Oval Office the other day. Here's the new FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, talking about its news distortion policy.
The policy says you can't, swap answers out to make it look like somebody said something entirely different. The classic case is if someone says yes to an answer and you splice in a no answer.
Donald Trump says CBS should lose its license, and the cheaters at 60 Minutes should all be thrown out, and this disreputable news show should be immediately terminated. CBS doesn't have a license, individual stations do, and the death penalty seems rather harsh. 60 Minutes is not apologizing. Now, many journalists contend this whole thing is overblown, a blip in the presidential race, that networks, including Fox, also do such editing.
The suit is widely regarded by legal and First Amendment experts as, well, as one put it, quote, a frivolous and dangerous attempt by a politician to control the news media.
But it certainly seems possible that CBS will be writing a large check to Donald Trump. Remember, after the Capitol riot, when Facebook banned President Trump from the network, Twitter, by the way, did the same thing. Trump sued, and Mark Zuckerberg, who runs parent company Meta, has agreed to pay $25 million to settle the lawsuit that Trump filed after January 6th. Almost all of that staggering sum going toward the future Trump presidential library. And ABC settled a Trump lawsuit against the network and star anchor George Stephanopoulos, who repeatedly said candidate Trump had been found liable for rape when the verdict in the civil defamation suit that was involving writer E.G. Carroll was that it was sexual abuse. In a decision made by Disney chairman Bob Iger, ABC agreed to pay Trump $16 million. Now, does all of this litigation send an intimidating message to media organizations about challenging Trump? Of course. Maybe journalists need to think about why some of these cases look so bad. I'm Howard Kurtz, and this is Media Buzz.
I am going to side with 60 Minutes here. This is normal journalistic practice. If I were interviewing someone, I would cut out "you knows." If I was interviewing them for a print publication, I wouldn't include their "you knows." I would shape what they say into complete sentences. This is normal journalistic practice. Now, I could make a strong case, I think, that 60 Minutes did nothing wrong. On the other hand, I recognize that in its selections, the mainstream media, in its editorial selections, its editing selections, the mainstream media does tend to try to make people on the left look better and people on the right look worse. So, for example, when they write about KKK or people on the far right, they will often not do as much editing of what people say to try to make the subject sound stupid. So, also in their picture selection, I noticed the New York Times in particular will select flattering photos for people who are left of center and the most unflattering photos possible for people right of center, in particular for the leading presidential candidates. But that's just for discussion's sake. Say 60 Minutes did nothing wrong in its Kamala Harris interview. Should 60 Minutes then settle its lawsuit with Donald Trump? And there may well be pragmatic reasons for why Paramount wants to settle its lawsuit, even if it did nothing wrong. You just may want to get rid of that problem, that amount of aggravation between you and the reigning Trump administration. So sometimes you settle, even if you did nothing wrong, because it's simply easier. And so it wouldn't surprise me if that is the case here. Now, I saw on X last night someone on the left calling Mike Benz, a.k.a. Frame Game Radio, a white nationalist, and then people on the right saying, Mike Benz, you should sue, you should sue. Mike Benz would have no standing to sue over that description because of his days as Frame Game Radio. A normal, natural person listening to the work of Frame Game Radio would be very likely to call him a white nationalist. So I don't think Benz has any standing to sue there. All right, more from Howard.
When the president moved quickly to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, the media reaction, cutting across party lines, was divided.
It has been a humiliating 48 hours for President Trump on this tariff issue. As soon as he announced these inexplicable tariffs on Canada and Mexico, the stock market fell through the floor.
For like Trump, this has been for him like picking up money off the street. You know, you've got about 5 countries now in Central America and above us in Canada that have gone along and.
I think there's a very strong case to be made that Donald Trump is unnecessarily messing with predictability for businesses and unnecessarily antagonizing our closest allies and our neighbors. So the case against what Donald Trump is doing with regard to Canada and Mexico and tariffs, I think, is a very strong one. And I want to keep an open mind here because Donald Trump has shifted me from a de facto free market, free trade kind of guy to one who's more aligned with Trump's overall level of protectionism. But these critiques, and this way I think you should listen to the left. You should listen to the mainstream media as long as it doesn't cause you too much pain, because many of their critiques or challenges seem to be valid at times.
Response to tariff threats.
Joining us now to analyze the coverage in New York, Caroline Downey, staff writer for National Review, and in Phoenix, Lucy Caldwell, political analyst and advisor to Oakland Core. Caroline, so Trump delays the 25% tariffs against Mexico after the president, Claudia Sheinbaum, says she'll send 10,000 troops to the border, and against Canada after Justin Trudeau talks about border enforcement and creating a fentanyl czar. So for all the media hyperventilation, was this just Trump doing deal-making?
Right, Howie. I mean, and legacy media across the board labeled these tariffs a crisis, but that was hyperbolic because generally speaking, tariffs are not always a boon and they're not always a bane. They're just another tool that can be used to advance the national interest. And a majority of Trump's supporters, those who elected him, I think agree that they're okay with, absorbing some short-term cost if it means reasserting our national sovereignty. And of course, Wall Street is concerned and the press is freaking out, but this is what the electorate voted for. But even USA Today said that the stock market shrugged off these tariff threats as just part of negotiations because they weren't about fundamentally changing our economic relationship with Canada and Mexico. They were about border security.
All right, so your analysis of the media is freaking out. Lucy, Donald Trump took questions in the Oval Office the
One advantage of listening to left-wing sources is that they are not blinded the way that right-wing sources typically are. So when you have ties with people, you're going to be highly reluctant to criticize them. I am generally reluctant to have some reluctance about criticizing people on the right. Let's take Ben Shapiro. Right, we share Orthodox Judaism. We share a fervent Zionism. I basically agree with Ben Shapiro's worldview. And we have many friends in common. So I have all these reasons not to criticize Ben Shapiro, not to be too harsh. Peter Teal, I think, has often been working on the side of the angels. We have friends in common. There's so much that I love about Peter Teal. And so Peter Robinson conducts all these interviews for the Hoover Institute at Stanford University. And I generally, feel quite comfortable with Peter Robinson's right-wing perspective. And so even though he's a terrible interviewer, I've never talked about that before until I listened to a left-wing critique of Peter Thiel. And then I thought, he's worthy of criticism. Right, but first, Caitlin Collins,
So
CNN.
You're doing this every day. You're in D.C.
Yes.
The pace of the Trump administration seems to be moving pretty quickly. How are you holding up?
It is insane. And I think everyone is kind of like readjusting and re-remembering.
Speaking about being a terrible interviewer, asking how are you holding up is absurd. Now, I think Caitlin Collins is hot, but that's just such a softball question. I mean, that's something I would say if I was, God forbid, trying to sleep with her, and if she's married, God forbid that I even, God forbid.
Remembering what it was like 4 years ago, 4 years ago. I remember when Biden first took office in January
the New York Times wrote the story about how quiet the weekends were, because for reporters, every weekend had just been like it was like a 7-day work week. And now we're back to that, basically, where it's just essentially nonstop every day. You kind of wake up like not knowing what you're going to be doing, what the schedule is. I was walking to get breakfast one day this week. I was like, okay, I'm going to have a nice little breakfast before I go to work. And halfway there, they're like, Trump's doing a press conference in an hour. And I physically ran back home so I could change and get ready.
So you're doing this every day. You're in D.C.
Yes.
The pace of the Trump.
So Caitlin Collins got a start in news media working for right-wing outlets, either National Review or Daily Caller. And now she's at CNN, and she's fitting in with the CNN ethos, the CNN worldview. And that's a good career move. So how can I blame her? All right. I didn't realize how stupid Peter Robinson and Peter Teal sound at times until I was listening to Decoding the Gurus. They had some very sharp observations. And damn, I better pull up my timestamps, get that in a row.
But when the president wages this tariff war and sometimes gets concessions, you think the average person sees him as fighting for us?
Well, it's so funny to hear anyone describe this as successful deal making by Donald Trump, because ultimately, what did Canada and Mexico?
So yeah, Canada and Mexico appeared to cave, but sometimes with this kind of bullying, you create for yourself far more problems than any advantage you might gain. On the other hand, I will say to all those who just pour scorn on Donald Trump's tariff tactics with Mexico and Canada, you cannot say that he emerged from this skirmish the loser, right? America definitely, empirically, did not appear to lose on this fight. Okay, listen to the left if you can stomach it, because they will point out things that you're blind to. And one thing that I was blind to is just how ridiculous Peter Robinson and Peter Teal are.
Welcome
just
to Uncommon Knowledge.
Idiots.
The end times, Armageddon, the Antichrist. If you suppose the only people who take those concepts seriously are snake handlers in the hollers of Kentucky, think again. Peter Teal on Uncommon Knowledge now. Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Peter Teal earned his undergraduate and law degrees here at Stanford. He was a co-founder of PayPal, the firm that all but invented fintech, the first outside investor in Facebook, the firm that all but invented social networks, and a co-founder of Palantir, the firm that all but invented defense tech. Although he's staying out of politics, this year, Mr. Teal has had a hand in launching the careers of a number of political figures, including J.D. Vance. Mr. Teal speaks often on philosophy, religion, tech, and society in forums as diverse as the Cambridge Union, the Aspen Ideas Festival, and the Joe Rogan Experience. You gave Joe Rogan 3 hours? Peter, it's about time you came back to this table.
I was trapped for three hours there.
I forgot how cringy this is. All right. I forgot what a terrible interviewer Peter Robinson is. I forgot how obsequious he is. And I've forgotten what a total moronic idiot fool Peter Teal sounds like much of the time. I've never been able to listen to Peter Teal for very long. All right, I recognize his achievements. I appreciate his contributions to the right. I recognize that we have friends in common, but the guy funded that buffoon Eric Weinstein for years, and like my physiology was telling me something when I just could not stand to listen to Peter Teal. And people would say, oh, you got to listen to this Peter Teal interview. And I recognize that Peter Teal makes substantial contributions, but most of the time when he speaks publicly, he comes across as a blithering idiot. And I just forgot what a terrible interviewer Peter Robinson is. This is awful.
Peter Teal on the end times. Today, by the way, this is going to be episode 1 of 2, our first conversation on this very large topic. Peter, 2 quotations. Matthew 24, 35, 36. Quote, heaven and earth will pass away. But of that...
This is an incredibly annoying tick that Peter Robinson has. Right? His questions are way too long. in general, when you're interviewing people, the fewer words, the better, right? Presaging your question with quotes just doesn't work for an interview. This is cringe. This is awful. He's a terrible interviewer.
Day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, close quote. Peter Teal. We don't know the day and the hour, but maybe we can guess the century. Explain yourself.
So Peter Robinson and Peter Thiel are very smart, very accomplished people. But that doesn't mean that they're very smart and very accomplished in everything. There is a tendency among some people to think that doctors, for example, they have so much respect for doctors that they think doctors have all sorts of wisdom about life outside of their areas of expertise. They do not. People often have an instinct that billionaires have all sorts of wisdom about life aside from making billions of dollars. They don't. There's nothing inherent in being a billionaire that gives you additional wisdom about life aside from the process that you undertook to make your billions. And when you listen to Peter Thiel talk about the apocalypse, it's just pure nonsense. And the dude carries on an active homosexual man-on-man plowing sex life, right? If you want to do that, and it's widely known, then stop talking about God and Christianity, right? Because the God of the Jewish and Christian Bibles loathes man-on-man sex, right? He repeatedly condemns it in the strongest sense. And certainly from a Jewish perspective, not all sins are equal, right? Some sins are far more damaging. And jumping on the sodomy train of male-on-male sex is among the most damaging things that you can ever do. And developing a following of young men who you're plowing, all right, is just terrible for society and terrible for everyone involved. So if you want to be that kind of sexual deviant, right, then stop talking about God and Christianity, for God's sake.
Well, man, this is a very broad topic. It's in this larger question about the extraordinary history of our time. The modern world.
So people are incredibly awkward public speakers like Peter Thiel. It may not necessarily tell you anything in addition about them, but it usually does, right? It usually gives you a clue about certain dysfunctions, certain misfiring in his psyche and in his physiology.
World, from maybe Renaissance onward, has been this world of ever progressing scientific.
Right, so all these weird interfering tension patterns and his weird, awkward way of public speaking, he would benefit from voice lessons. He would benefit from Alexander technique lessons. Like, he comes across really badly. Why would you do this to yourself? All right, you're obviously intent on self-aggrandizement. All right, you want to go public and have other people admire you, and yet you're going public, and people who don't have an agenda one way or another are overwhelmingly going to think that you're an idiot and a buffoon and a creep. And you could undo much of this self-inflicted damage just by taking some Alexander technique lessons. And as you let go of unnecessary layers of muscular tension and compression, right, you will develop more self-awareness, right? You will recognize the self-defeating ways that you respond to stimuli, such as by tightening and pulling down and compressing yourself. And so you will come to much greater ease with yourself. And as you develop greater ease with yourself, you will develop greater ease with other people, and they will feel more at ease with you. And then they will be more open to any wisdom that you might have to share. Look, my father did a PhD in eschatology. Right, my father was best known for his books on Daniel and Revelation. My father specialized in the end times. My father wrote a book on Daniel 8:14 and the investigative judgment. So I was raised in this world, and all sorts of freaks and weirdos would surround my father and blaze trails to his home to try to talk to him about the end times. And eschatology just tends to attract really psychologically disturbed people. So what type of people are obsessed about end times? People who have a disproportionate need to be important. Because if you're right about the end times, then you're a very important person. And so eschatology in this populist sense, right, one that's not particularly learned, just attracts the worst people. It attracts people with this disproportionate need for importance, so that they fall for conspiracy theories, they propagate nonsense, they're obsessed with nonsense. Right? You're only going to be obsessed with the end times if you're not living in a healthy, productive way in the present. And so Peter Thiel can have healthy, productive elements of his life. He's making contributions, I would suspect, with Palantir and other things. But overall, I can't imagine that his real life is operating that well if he is obsessed with the end times and he is, promoting himself, self-aggrandizing himself by publishing a book on ancient prophecies and modern tech, where he just doesn't seem to have anything to contribute. He just looks like an idiot here.
Technological development, and there's this very profound sense that there are things that change. There are dimensions of technology, military technology, communications technology, where things are not timeless and eternal. They're sort of, there was a gunpowder revolution in the 17th century.
One problem with being powerful and rich is that people will be inclined not to call you on your BS. If Peter Thiel had people in his life who cared about him, who loved him, and were willing to try to do what was best for him by saying, you are coming across really badly, you're hurting yourself by what you're doing, then he wouldn't be doing this. But obviously the people around him are bought and paid for. They are so in awe of his accomplishments and his money and his wealth that no one's speaking truth to him. So he's just going out there intellectually naked and just coming across as a blithering idiot, when there are areas of life where he has important things to say. But he's saying so many stupid things. There is so much noise. There's so much crap. There's such a high ratio of nonsense in what he has to say compared to value that for a normal person, right, it's simply not worth plowing your way through all the nonsense to try to get to the good stuff.
And that changed the social structure and the political structure. And there is a certain arc to history. It's not just technology, but it is a driver. And certainly,
there are very few discernible arcs to history. All right, when people start talking about an arc to history, when people start talking about eschatology, when people start talking about Bayesian analysis, unless they have expertise in any of these things. What's that other thing from physics? Max Planck, I think, was associated with. There's this stuff in quantum physics, right? That also tends to attract a disproportionate amount of just pure cranks. And I was tipped off to this by our good friends at Decoding the Gurus.
All right, another piece of the puzzle.
Let's hear his framing. You might hear some motifs that are familiar. So here's his little introduction to the interview.
Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. The end times, Armageddon, the Antichrist.
Gravitas to this. And this is conducted under the auspices of a prestigious American academic institution, isn't it? So, the listener should be prepared for some pretty high-level intellectual stuff.
Yeah, and always that kind of classical music thing. I think this is a kind of think tank, associated with the university, so like slightly conservative leaning. I saw that there was an interview with Mark Andreessen just posted up on this, so take that for what it's worth. But just to highlight more, like for most interviews in general, people introduce people with a positive spin. Right, this is a fantastic guy. He's done a lot of things. Let's consider it. But this interviewer, he has this ability to imply that he's in the presence of just a genius, a wonderful man, somebody that he's so lucky to be able to sit down with. And this is the introduction to the second part of the conversation.
One of the most sophisticated men in America, brilliant, urbane, and immensely successful entrepreneur. One of the most sophisticated men in America, taking ancient prophecies seriously. Peter Thiel on Uncommon Knowledge now.
Yeah, what a sophisticated gentleman, urbane man.
All right, whoever's funding the Hoover Institute should be absolutely embarrassed. All right, they have employed this dude, Peter Robinson, for years to conduct these kind of fawning interviews. It just makes the right look stupid. It diminishes the value of whatever it is that the people he's interviewing has to say. It's just cringy. You're turning off normies. It's embarrassing. And you're paying this guy, I would assume, 6 figures to conduct these incredibly embarrassing interviews. Right? Whoever's running Hoover Institute should absolutely be ashamed by putting out this crap.
Caribbean, some would say. Like, we've made the comparison of the whole like Sensemaker guru sphere thing to the French court or the aristocratic courts. They're not beating these allegations with these kind of introductions. You know, there's fantastic gentleman of great breeding and intellect who is willing to entertain the court today with discussions of fantastical apocalyptic stories from the Bible.
Indeed, indeed. The framing is great. The setup is good. You're already picking up strong indications that we're going to be dealing with some weighty and rigorous academic ideas here. So, let's see whether it finishes up. Yeah, get into it. Come on, stop messing around, Chris. No more classical music.
Well, that's it. That's true. There is no more classical music to hear, but there are a lot of quotations. The way this interview is conducted is kind of like a quotation prompt session. Here, let me read you some quotations. Now, you respond to them.
Okay, let's finish this first part of our conversation with more on the Antichrist. Let me take a moment to set this up, if I may. A few passages from Scripture. Today, by the way, this is going to be episode 1 of 2, our first conversation on this very large topic. Peter, 2 quotations. I've got a quotation here from you. Under the rationalist view, again, Renee, the violence we ourselves are in the process of amassing. So development since 1945, 2 quotations here. We'll have military, well, here, Henry Kissinger. I found this quotation from a book, Kissinger's last book, which he wrote with Eric Schmidt. So if I may, let me start with a quotation from you. There has been, so I have a quotation here. There are people who take all of this seriously. We've already quoted Rene Girard. We've already quoted Cardinal Newman. But Daniel dates from the Iron.
So most people, when they start their own website, they start their own web presence, they just engage in ridiculous amounts of self-praising. And I've tried to encourage friends who start blogging, like, dial down the self-praise. It's embarrassing. And the self-praise that Dennis Prager engages in. Dennis Prager is one of the most, right, just a hackneyed phrase. Don't use one of the most. And the idea that he's one of the most respected and influential thinkers, writers, and speakers in America, he is respected and he is influential to some people. Right? Dennis Prager, to the best of my knowledge, he is only respected and influential to those who don't know very much. And I discovered this pretty early on in my Jewish journey. Dennis Prager was my inspiration for converting to Judaism. And I found that the more somebody knew about Judaism, the less respect they had for Dennis Prager. That essentially it was only those overwhelmingly who didn't know Hebrew who had great respect for Dennis Prager's teachings about Judaism. Those who could read Hebrew, those who were learned in Torah, did not have respect for Dennis Prager's teachings. Those people who think Dennis Prager is an amazing Middle East scholar, right, don't know much about the Middle East. Right? Anyone with expertise is highly unlikely to be influenced by or to have great respect for Dennis Prager. And then to describe yourself, all right, Dennis Prager would have signed off on this self-description if he didn't compose it himself. He is a Renaissance man, right? Don't call yourself a Renaissance man. Let other people call you a Renaissance man. He's a New York Times best-selling author. Okay, anyone can get on the New York Times best-selling list. You can hack it. But, I mean, I'll give Prager credit. He is very good at appealing to a middle-brow audience who don't know much. He is a lifelong theologian. All right, that's just cringy. He's very good at writing middle-brow books. So he's a popular middle-brow theologian. He periodically conducts symphony orchestras, right? That doesn't mean he necessarily has much expertise in doing that. All right, I periodically shoot basketballs. All right, doesn't make me a Renaissance man. So allow other people to praise you.
And you'll hear the delivery of Peter Robinson and his kind of fawning presentation in this clip. This is from the very start of the interview.
Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Peter Thiel earned his undergraduate and law degrees here at Stanford. He was a co-founder of PayPal, the firm that all but invented fintech, the first outside investor in Facebook, the firm that all but invented social networks, and a co-founder of Palantir, the firm that all but invented defense tech. Although he's staying out of politics, this year Mr. Thiel has had a hand in launching the careers of a number of political figures, including J.D. Vance. Mr. Thiel speaks often on philosophy, religion, tech, and society in forums as diverse as the Cambridge Union, the Aspen Ideas Festival, and the Joe Rogan Experience. You gave Joe Rogan 3 hours? Peter, it's about time you came back to this table.
I was trapped for three hours there.
Peter Thiel on the end.
So just because he supposedly speaks often about these topics doesn't mean that he has any expertise in them. Right? Peter Thiel would be better off with a less fawning, less deferential host. Just a straightforward, fair dinkum bloke such as myself would do 100 times a better job.
Today, by the way, this is going to be episode 1 of 2, our first conversation on this very large topic. Peter, 2 quotations. Matthew 24, 35, 36. Quote, heaven and earth will pass away, but of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven.
For JD Vance. He's kind of like a bit of a power behind the throne. You know, he's a backer to a large degree, but he's got his own ideas too.
He supported Trump. He was a big person supporting Trump in 2016. So, yeah, he is a very wealthy mega donor to Republicans and like somebody that funds think tanks. He had a thing where he paid people not to go to university, a kind of libertarian dropout incentive kind of thing.
Yeah, went from the school of life.
So some people are better off not going to university. Some people are better off not going to church. God forbid, some people are better off not going to synagogue. But to pay people not to go to university is deluded, because plenty of people are better off going to university, to church, or to synagogue. And I had these vague intuitions about Peter Thiel and Peter Robinson, but it wasn't until I listened to this left-wing podcast, it's like, yeah, exactly, they nailed it. And because ties bind and blind, and I felt some tie to Peter Thiel because of people we know in common, and I felt some tie to Peter Robinson because of people we know in common, and that we're all fighting on the same side. And so I was just blinded to how awful they are. And I had to hear it from these lefties and then realize, yeah, they're making some really good points.
Well, hard knocks.
Yeah.
The opposite of what I do, but maybe it works for some. Yeah, okay, so start off with these quotes. Bible prophecies and Peter Thiel saying that maybe we can predict when this Bible prophecy will come true, at least out of the century.
I like the end times, yes.
And Kip makes a good point. The only reason that they had to divide this Peter Thiel interview up into 2 episodes is because Peter Robinson talked too much. You're the interviewer, right? You should not be the main player. You should be speaking no more than about 10% of the time in general. And you don't need to presage your questions with all these quotes. And the fawning is just cringe.
Thiel's response to this is indicative of the way that he talks throughout this interview. So I just want to give a taste of that, right? So he was asked there, prompted with these rather grave portents from the Bible and Peter Thiel's own speech, and then asked, explain yourself, Peter. What did you mean? Exactly. And here's Thiel's answer to that.
Well, man, this is a very broad topic. It's in this larger question about...
And do you have any bloody expertise in this topic? Like, why the hell are you talking about it, Peter Thiel? You have nothing to add. And I will cop to it. Right? I sometimes finish my shows and I feel like I added nothing on that show. All I did was play clips of other people. And so to the extent I added anything, I might have introduced a useful collection of clips and read selections of useful articles. But there are plenty of shows, I'll admit, where I feel like at the end I added nothing. I contributed nothing. But what the hell is Peter Thiel adding to any discussion on the apocalypse? I don't think he's really adding much. Now, as a fervent Zionist, I was just delirious by Donald Trump's pronouncements on Gaza this past week. And yeah, I'm blind. I am blind because I am so pro-Israel.
Palestinians living in Gaza, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it.
It's preposterous, and it's illegal by any understanding of international law.
Are you crazy? This is a crazy idea. I'm sorry to keep carrying it, but it is the craziest thing he's ever said.
What he just said was this would be primarily, when rebuilt, the place where Palestinians would love to live, because it would be finally safe and not a launching pad for more terror attacks.
We're not talking about genocide. We're talking about getting them to safety and getting them back to a place where they could actually live in peace.
Jim Garrity, what gives President Trump the right to take over Gaza, displace nearly 2 million Palestinians to create a supposedly nicer home? The media criticism has ranged from wildly unworkable to ethnic cleansing.
Well, when Matthew says it's the craziest thing he's ever said, come on, he said crazier stuff than this. It's a lot of competition, but this isn't the craziest
Let's
thing.
get to them.
Yeah. So he noticed it during that press conference. He gets asked by a reporter about the security vacuum. And basically implied in that is, are you going to send troops? And he gives this very generic answer of, we're going to do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. So people from that imply, oh, holy crap, we're going to send troops over there. The next day on Truth Social, he says, no U.S. troops will be necessary. So it's not surprising that there's a great deal of confusion. This is a little bit of an Emily Littella, never mind, tone to this decision. These giant proposal comes out. And Netanyahu's response is like, sure, let's go with that.
Whatever.
Why not? You know.
All right. Well, you set up my question for Richard Fowler, which is, I give the president credit for out-of-the-box thinking, but
this was not so over 1 million people. Wants to build a wall.
Voluntary, it's not permanent, whatever. But Trump wasn't having it. He doubled down, to use the cliche, quadrupled down, and that's hard to cover. Like, where are we on this?
Yes, because what the president says on Tuesday may not be what the president says on Thursday. Now,
isn't that true of a lot of politicians?
Yeah, but it's really extreme with Trump. You know, we're going to have the biggest trade war you've ever seen. Never mind. We're good for yet another month extension.
Sometimes that works.
Yep. If this is all a negotiation tactic, and the whole plan had always been, if you don't fix this, Egypt and Jordan and Arab allies, we're going to go in and do it our way. Then fine, this is working really well. It does, however, mean that for 24 hours, people are running around with their hair on fire, pointing out the United States plans on taking over Gaza.
Well, you know, the Trump plan hinged on Egypt and Jordan agreeing to take in some unknown number of Palestinian refugees for some period of time. Both countries said no. Saudi Arabia, who Trump is trying to have a better relationship with, totally denounced this idea. So is this why the global press has basically branded this a failure? I mean, is this over, or is it, you know, still a possibility?
I think this might be over, but we'll wait to see. But I think you cannot look at this in a vacuum. You have to look at this for what else is happening in the landscape. Trump administration.
Look, even if the Palestinians, Jim, end up living in a Riviera on the sea or even a Holiday Inn, they wouldn't have their own state. And every administration has at least paid lip service to the two-state solution that ultimately Palestinians would have their own state.
So Jim Garrity is a National Review columnist, and I want to give him credit. He seems to do an awful lot of research before he pontificates, and many pundits do not.
Sort of just pushes that to the side.
Yeah, I will give the president a couple molecules of credit here, in that he's giving the Palestinians a vision of a much better future. Now, whether or not you're a state or not, if you are living in an economically developed, you have a lot of jobs, you have a lot of prosperity, and you're...
And Jim Garrity still has his balls, right? He has no compunction, he has no fear, he has no anxiety about criticizing Donald Trump.
Not being bombed by Israel.
Right. And right now,
you're not being run by Hamas, a terrorist organization.
And right now, most of those buildings are destroyed.
Yeah, that is a better, happier, and I think the argument is, hey, Palestinians, there's an option here that you don't have to follow Hamas. You can go a different path. We'll see whether they take it.
Briefly, it seems Bibi Netanyahu, by the way, is facing corruption charges, never wants to get to a two-state.
No, I don't think the net.
Okay, let's get back here to an extraordinary deconstruction on decoding the gurus of Peter Thiel.
The extraordinary history of our time, the modern world, from maybe Renaissance onward, has been this world of ever-progressing scientific and technological development, and there's just this very profound sense that there are things that change. There are dimensions of technology, military technology, communications technology, where things are not timeless and eternal. They're sort of, and there was a gunpowder revolution in the 17th century, and that changed the social structure and the political structure. And
okay, so Horatius says, materialists think that money will solve everything. It is completely delusional. So I've got two contradictory responses to that. Number one, I don't know anyone, not just in my real life, but anyone making arguments who claims that money will solve everything. Right? Name me some prominent thinkers who argue that money will solve everything. I don't know a single person. On the other hand, I'm going to make a seemingly contradictory point. There was a great rabbi whose name I've forgotten, who wanted his daughters to marry a man who was rich. And I think most parents of daughters want their daughter to marry someone who will be able to protect and provide for her, because even though money does not solve all problems, most problems for normal, healthy people can be solved with money. Most problems can be solved with money if you are otherwise on the right track in life. Right? Not if you have addictions operating, not if you have some extraordinary dysfunction or disability, but most problems in life can be solved with money. Right? I collapsed in February of 1988. I lost 6 years of my 20s. Right? My life did not take off as would have been expected, and then I was crippled until about 2.5 years ago due to my stupid vegetarian diet. With enough money, all right, I could have found someone more quickly who would have convinced me to eat meat or the equivalent, and I wouldn't have lost 30 years, 35 years of my life to poor health. There are extraordinary therapists, psychiatrists, doctors, voice coaches, life coaches, business coaches, career coaches, math coaches out there. If you're otherwise on the right track in life, money can solve most of your problems.
And there is a certain arc to history. It's not just technology, but it is a driver, and certainly and again, many different ways of getting at this, but there certainly are dimensions of the technology that have become extremely powerful in the last century or two that have an apocalyptic dimension and
yeah, what doesn't have an apocalyptic dimension? Kip says money represents security and a measure of freedom. So if you have enough self-control so that you are at ease with yourself, therefore you're at ease with other people, and you have good relations with your family, extended family, friends, community, you're moving ahead with your career and your education, then money just provides a firmer foundation for you to build a beautiful life. Now, if you're not at ease with yourself, if you are frequently engaged in behavior that makes you feel ashamed and dirty and disgusting, and you have some maladaptive tendencies going on in your life, then money may not necessarily solve those. Okay, wonder what Barry Weiss has to say. I'm not some unalloyed Barry Weiss fan, but I want to give her credit. She has done something extraordinary with the free press, right? I subscribe, right? I send her $60, $80 a year. She's got over 1 million subscribers. Maybe there are things to be learned from her.
Founder of the Free Press, a news startup that just passed 1 million subscribers. She does a lot of reporting and is getting a lot of attention. Talks about Donald Trump in this conversation that got squeezed out. We started it by breaking news last time we were on the air.
It's been reported, and feel free to push back on this, that when Trump won in 2016, you were at the Wall Street Journal and you were sobbing at your desk. Have you, has your view of him evolved since then?
It's a good question. I mean, look, I'm the first to admit that I was a sufferer of what conservatives at the time would have called TDS, Trump derangement syndrome.
Right. Some people can't handle freedom, right? Or some people can't handle elements of freedom. So maybe you'd be solid, but if you got too much money or too much power or too much access to the bodies of attractive young women, you just lose your mind and self-destruct. So freedom is good for those who can handle it. Freedom is terrible for those who can't handle it. And it's not like we just have a universal reaction to freedom, right? Some of us can handle freedom in this area of our life, but we can't handle too much freedom in that area of their life. I have much of my life pre-programmed, right? I don't want to be making a lot of decisions, right? I have certain programs that I just carry out without much cognitive volition. I just have certain set reactions.
And I was alarmed and really nervous about everything I was reading, and especially, and this hasn't changed, about his character. And, you know, I'm someone that believes, call me old-fashioned, that everything is sort of downstream of character and the kinds of things that he had said and the way that he talked and the way...
Okay, that is wrong, right? We do not have one moral character. We are different people in different situations. This is why the situationist approach is so much more sophisticated, so much more accurate, so much more useful, has so much more predictive and explanatory power than emphasizing moral character. So let's say I come across as an upstanding person while I'm doing these live streams, but then I walk out the door and I go to a social event that plays to my narcissistic tendencies, right? To my weakness for being adored and admired. And then I may very well exaggerate my own accomplishments. I may very well start hitting on chicks who don't appreciate it. I may not be reading signals correctly. I may just get emotionally drunk from the attention of pretty young women and behave in an embarrassing fashion. So there are some situations in life where I am upstanding. There are other situations in life where I am slimy, where I am dishonorable. And when you recognize that different situations bring out different parts of us, you will be less vulnerable to something that troubled me, and that is either devaluing people or putting them on a pedestal, right? That was my lifelong habit until I got some emotional sobriety through 12-step programs over the past 10 years. So with the situationist approach, you recognize that people like Dennis Prager, they may be excellent in some situations and some topics, and just not so excellent in other situations and other topics. So people who despair about Donald Trump or hate Donald Trump, they have good evidence to believe that he is a man of bad moral character, right? You can build a strong case for that, but that's not nearly as useful as recognizing that there are situations where the Donald Trump approach is good for the United States. And then there are other situations where the Donald Trump approach is not good for the United States, and the same is true for every single politician, right? AOC is not excellent in all situations. Kamala Harris is not excellent in all situations, but they're not equally bad in all situations either.
The way I felt he would coarsen our public discourse, those are all real, and I think all of those things have turned out to be true. What I couldn't have expected, well, there were two things I think that I didn't know in that moment when I was crying at my desk. One would be the sort of overzealous, out-of-touch, hysterical reaction to him, and the kind of illiberalism that was born out of the reaction to him that calls itself democratic, that calls itself progressive, but is actually extraordinarily authoritarian and totalitarian in its impulses, and to me presented a very, very grave danger, and one that I saw intimately at the New York Times, which is where I went after the Wall Street Journal. The other thing that I didn't see was that Trump was going to do a lot of policies that I agreed with. I thought the Abraham Accords were historic and excellent. I thought his policy vis-a-vis...
So those who think that Barry Weiss is Israel first, right, you'll find plenty of evidence for your position. But think about how much better served Barry Weiss would have been with the situationist approach rather than the moral character approach. Now, I can read your mind. I know you're thinking 40. Show me what's on your X bookmarks. And so, can a barking dog be racist?
Over the past 10 years, many colleges went mad. They charge students big bucks and then make them feel guilty. This is what happened to Lucy Cross Williams at Stanford.
I was anxious. I felt guilty constantly. I couldn't stop thinking about the whole white privilege thing.
Kim Katiti attended the Art Institutes of California.
I feel like I lost my life for like 6 years.
This new documentary, The Coddling of the American Mind, argues that today...
I think about how I feel with regard to vegetarianism. Right? I feel like I lost so much of my life due to this diet that I was raised with. It's really bad for kids. It's bad for them cognitively, physiologically, and perhaps most significant, is terrible for you socially, right? It makes you a pain to be around. Please don't raise your children vegetarian.
More young people are anxious and depressed because adults at their schools brainwash them.
I was full of self-confidence when I was 18, but while I was in college, that disintegrated.
Kimmy was taught she was a victim.
I was introduced to ideas such as microaggressions.
Have you heard or even said any of these common microaggressions? Wow, you're so articulate. Can I touch your hair?
I began to see.
So an advantage with recognizing how wrong you were about something is that you are then inoculated from this type of nonsense going forward. And there are different attitudes that you can have that are more or less adaptive. So my general attitude is I did the best I could at the time with the tools I then had at my disposal, right? If you listen to my live streams, I'm not someone who's just filled with regret, right? Regret is not an emotion that dominates my show.
See myself through the lens of black and a woman. If I see someone like coming up with their dog, for example, and the dog's barking at me, I could interpret that as a racist microaggression on the part of both the dog and the dog walker. And I was like, the world's a lot darker than I thought it was. In order to kind of compete and get the best grades I sort of showed how much of a victim I was in order to impress my professors.
She thought that was wrong, but she didn't push back.
I thought, I'm paying a lot, so they're definitely teaching me, like, the golden rules for life.
Those rules included censoring speech by conservatives like Ben Shapiro. Kimmy joined the mob trying to get Shapiro's posts blocked on Twitter. She kept sending complaints to Twitter censors.
I would sit down all the way through the night. I'll try again. I'll try again.
At Stanford, Lucy was taught that Shapiro's ideas put black, brown, trans, queer, Muslim students at risk.
My first thought was like, this is extreme. This is ridiculous. And then there was the, well, you're privileged, you're white.
She was taught that a good person
I didn't read too many books by white authors or listen to the wrong kind of music. I was really torn on rap because I didn't know if that was appropriation or appreciation.
To be accepted, she changed the way she spoke.
When I started to use the vocabulary of like marginalized, intersectional, hegemonic, blah, 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 people just kind of smiled a little bit more. And I started feeling like I was part of an in-group.
But a few years later, she concluded,
these set of thought processes was really unhealthy and was making me miserable.
Administrators teach students that they're fragile and in constant danger and can be permanently harmed by words. This is not a kind or compassionate thing to teach people.
Greg Lukianoff co-wrote The Coddling of the American Mind. Years ago, he suffered from suicidal depression. Therapy helped him, but now...
I'm looking on campus and I'm like, wow, it's kind of like administrators are telling students to catastrophize, to do all these things that I was taught not to do.
This is amplified by required courses that divide students into oppressed or oppressor.
Colleges provide websites and phone numbers so students can report people who offend them.
And lots of people offend them.
In 2012, there was none of this.
Coddling co-author Jonathan Haidt.
And by 2014, 2015, there was a lot of it.
What about our protection right now?
At this college...
So Jonathan Haidt has a lot of wise and smart things to say. He also has a lot of stupid things to say. So let's just appreciate his good insights and forgive him for his idiocy. Right? I'm sure plenty of things I say are absolutely idiotic. I just may not necessarily realize it at the time.
They
basically took the president of the university hostage. They wouldn't even let him go to the bathroom. It wasn't about learning. It wasn't about exposure to ideas. It was about this battle between good and evil.
This new censorship was supposed to help minorities, but they too were often punished. Saeed Malami spoke at a protest.
I go up there, feeling all cool with myself. It was like, blackness is not a skin color. It's an attitude to life. If you're white, you can be black. If you're black, you can be purple, whatever it is. I'm like, everyone can be black. And what happened after that, a lot of people I thought I was tight with just stopped talking to me.
So instead of saying, I'm no victim, he shut up.
What I thought to be true, I would keep in my head and then say something else.
Doing that makes other students dumber.
Other people challenging us make us smart. Cancel culture is like a way of shooting yourself in the brain.
For Kimmy, a turning point was when she went to a skate park in a conservative neighborhood.
Are they going to hate that a black woman's in their territory? Will they literally pick up a skateboard and attack me?
The park was in Orange County, California.
I was afraid of Orange County to begin with, just because it was notoriously conservative. So just going into Orange County was kind of scary for me.
But at the park, Kimmy found the county was not evil as she'd feared.
This was a really great place. That was when I knew there was a way that I was looking at the world that wasn't right. I was the one inflicting pain on myself, and it was robbing me of happiness.
It's really important to have great sympathy for younger people today because they're just doing what older people are telling them. Like this idea that they're always in constant danger, that words will permanently harm them, and that they're much more fragile than they actually are.
When I was a social justice advocate, I was tired, miserable, pessimistic.
Now that I'm out of that and I'm thinking for myself, I'm much happier.
I wasn't really sure what the alternative was until a friend sent me a link
to this YouTube channel where black scholars said things she'd never heard.
The whole business of black men being at a unique risk of being killed by white cops is vastly distorted.
I was astonished to find that there were black thinkers writing about race and sharing ideas that I never heard on campus. This whole new world of ideas was opened up to me, and it was so exciting to feel like I was thinking for myself again.
Coddling is a good introduction to how some of today's schools harm students. This video was just a taste. There's more in the full documentary, and you can find that at thecoddlingmovie.com.
John Stossel does a lot of great work, but he's a human being. Many people who work for him or with him find him a prima donna. I remember talking to someone at a major American university about the most prima donna people that she's booked to speak at the university, and I think the biggest prima donna that she ever had to deal with was Bishop Benjamin, Bishop Tutu from South Africa. That he only took the required number of questions, and then he said, "Have I sung for my supper?" I mean, he got paid something like $50,000 for an hour of public speaking. Generally, all right, and a centrist talk show host out of the San Francisco Bay Area. He had a morning show on KGO for decades. Then they tried to simulcast him on KGO and KABC radio. He was Jewish, secular Jew. He got into a big tiff because he thought Dennis Prager saying that anti-smoking campaigns were idiocy, or I'd rather my kid smoke cigarettes than cheat in school, something like that, blinking on his name. But he noted in his memoir that people on the right are universally much nicer to interact with, because people on the left see society and big institutions as the things that primarily affect people, so they're very bottom line focused on their work, and they don't tend to be friendly in their personal interactions. But people on the right whose point of view that he often profoundly disagreed with, such as Pat Buchanan, he universally found them much more pleasant to interact with. Okay, here is Joe Biden's number 2 at the Pentagon, Kathleen Hicks, explaining why the Department of Defense can't pass an audit, but now we know the real reason. So if you thought U.S. aid was bad, buckle up. DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, led by Elon Musk, is coming to the 5-sided Death Star.
To be doing, like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose
then
these
please
pieces
educate me on
sure.
What
so an audit
the
is
difference.
exactly what you just described,
Yes.
which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit, or the fact that the DOD has not passed an audit, is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
what is
now
it
it's a question of, it's suggestive.
Okay, that sounds ludicrous.
That we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where.
Okay, you're probably wondering, what are my thoughts on the Super Bowl? So I've been reading, and it appears that the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line outweighs its Kansas City Chiefs defensive counterparts by 40 pounds on average. So the reason that Saquon Barkley has been so incredibly successful this year, as opposed to his previous years with the New York Giants, is because of the beef on the Eagles offensive line. Their tush-push basically cannot be stopped. There's something like a 98% success rate. And it looked like the Bills had the same thing going on with their tush-push, and they were robbed by the NFL of a clear first down when they had a 1-point lead. They were driving with the ball in Chiefs territory, and the NFL robbed them of what was clearly a first down. By a third of a football, the Bills quarterback had clearly achieved a first down, but the NFL robbed them. But I was surprised in that Buffalo Bills Kansas City Chiefs game, the lack of success that Buffalo had with its tush-push, where they try to push to the left. Kansas City somehow was able to subvert that play that nobody else in the NFL had figured out. So I'm just wondering, is there a chance that the Chiefs have a plan to subvert the Eagles' tush-push? So on paper, the Eagles are a far superior team, right? They are not just bigger where it counts and stronger where it counts than the Kansas City Chiefs. They are also faster, right? So the Eagles are bigger and faster and more talented in their personnel than the Chiefs. So the only way that the Chiefs win their Super Bowl is if their coaching is demonstrably superior. So I don't know if you remember in the early 90s, Bill Parcells teams tended to be big and strong, while Jimmy Johnson teams tended to be fast. So the Washington Redskins, New York Giants winning those Super Bowls in the early 1990s, these were particularly big teams. And then Dallas came along and won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years with particularly fast teams. Now, it's very unusual that you have a team that is both stronger, bigger, and faster than its opponents. And that is the situation with the Philadelphia Eagles. On the basis of strength, size, and speed, right, the Eagles should demolish the Kansas City Chiefs. And if this game is not close, then it's because the Eagles have thrashed the Chiefs. Right? I see no possibility, or no, I see much less of a possibility that the Chiefs will thrash the Eagles than the Eagles will thrash the Chiefs. But if the game is close, then perhaps coaching may play a bigger role, and I would have to give it to the Kansas City Chiefs over the Philadelphia Eagles. So I am absolutely fascinated by Donald Trump's plans for Gaza because it hits on my Zionist fantasy buttons.
Yeah, hey, Rich, good afternoon. The condition of the hostages released on Saturday has caused concern across Israel. The men, Ohad Ben Ami, Or Levi, and Eli Sharabi, looked frail and malnourished. Israeli leadership has vowed to address this with mediators as the families of some hostages are calling for a faster timeline to get the remaining hostages freed from Hamas captivity. The family of Eli Sharabi reacted to his condition, saying this.
What made it worse was when we actually saw Ellie was to see the emaciated state that they put him in. An absolute disgrace, and that was an absolute shock, and we both sat and cried.
The latest release comes as Palestinians are starting to return to new parts of Gaza amid fresh Israeli withdrawals. The ceasefire is delicate, but still is progressing as planned despite no clear path forward for Phase 2. President Trump was asked this weekend about his plan for taking over Gaza.
Any further deliberations on Gaza, sir? The timetable for a takeover?
No deliberations. It's been very well received, where basically the United States would view it as a real estate transaction where we'll be an investor in that part of the world.
Absolutely stunning that Donald Trump says the world has received his Gaza plan very well. All right, I can't think of one country who's responded positively to his Gaza plan outside of Israel. That damn iPhone, it buzzes me when it just gives me an alert about how much time I spent on my iPhone over the past week. Bloody unwanted buzzes. I do everything I can to reduce them because with my ADD, I don't like flashing lights. I don't like buzzing. It's bad for me. What are your Zionist fantasy buttons, and what would be too far for you to get it if you could go back in time? What would be too far? Well, I allow myself just unlimited fantasy. And it's not just in the realm of Zionism. There are other areas of life where I have fantasy. I am not an activist because I'm just going to bring disrepute on any cause that I embrace. Activism does not play to my strengths. So my Zionist fantasies are just that, fantasies. I don't do anything to try to see them carried out. So what would be too far for me personally to get? I would not want to do anything that would harm the United States. So I want Israel to be strong and to be well, but I don't want that to come at any harm to the United States. And it disturbs me that a major reason that Osama bin Laden attacked the United States on 9/11 was because of the U.S. support for Israel. And so America has paid a huge price for its support for Israel, and that pains me and that disturbs me. And I don't like the United States subsidizing Israel in any way. And I would like to think that Israel and the United States would each be better off if the relationship between the two countries was more distant. Do I think that 6 million Jews were sacrificed for a Zionist homeland? No. I'll leave that to other people to debate and to argue. I don't have anything on that right now.
And no rush to do anything. We wouldn't need anybody there. It would be supplied and given to us by Israel.
While President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have endorsed this idea of the United States taking...
So, do I support a greater Israel? At least a lot of me does. I want Israel to be strong and to have defensible borders, and Israel cannot have defensible borders without the at least de facto annexation of most or much of the West Bank. So I want Israel to be strong and defensible, and that requires at least a de facto annexation of much of the West Bank. So here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God. Because of my blind spots and my pro-Zionist bias, I have a disproportionate number of anti-Zionist people on the show to try to provide some balance.
Over Gaza, the fact there are dozens of living hostages still being held by Hamas complicates the issue. Rich?
Trey Yanks live for us in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you. For more on this, let's bring in today's foreign policy panel, Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman, and former White House and senior State Department official Matthew Bryza. Guys, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. Dan, I want to start with...
Okay, I'm asking for a friend. Where has the CIA really helped us? Like, what have been the most valuable post-World War II contributions of the CIA? Okay, I was redundant there. The CIA was created after World War II. But the more I learn about the CIA, the more I see lack of competence, and I just don't see bang for the buck. Right? I'm willing to date and relate to a high-maintenance woman, at least in theory. I don't think I've ever actually done it. But she has to provide a ton of value. I just don't see value in what the CIA has been providing for us.
With you, what do you think the prospects are for a continued ceasefire and more exchanges of hostages and prisoners?
Yeah, it looks very intractable to me for us to get to phase 2. Israel would have to withdraw all of their troops, and that would be at odds with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's stated objective for the war, which was to destroy Hamas. And as we can see, there are thousands of Hamas fighters at large, and for Israel fully to withdraw, that would open up opportunities for Hamas to plot and plan further attacks against Israel. So I can't say that I'm very optimistic. It's hard to be optimistic about much of anything in the Middle East, as my good friend Matt Bryza knows.
Yeah, you know, Matt, we were talking earlier today about the prospects of rebuilding Gaza. The president mentioned it, said he wants to move Palestine.
So there's questions like, what are my fantasy buttons or what are my hot buttons? And asking me a question is like a fantasy button for me, that you would care what I think about a particular topic. That just fills me with all sorts of confidence and strength and enthusiasm. It is just intoxicating for me. So I often just make a bloody fool of myself. And people have played on that, such as at I had the Los Angeles Press Club put on a book party for 2 of my books back in 2004, my memoir, Excommunicated, A Rebel Without a Shawl, and my book on Hollywood, The Producer's Profiles in Frustration. And a friend of mine set up these attractive women, go ask Luke this question or go ask Luke that question. And so an attractive woman comes up to me and she asks me a question, and I just light up like a Christmas tree and start pontificating. And it was a setup. right? It was a bloody setup. My friend knew how narcissistic I was and how I just loved to pontificate. And there was that girl who came to visit me one weekend circa 1993. And when I was living with my parents, because I was still quite ill with chronic fatigue syndrome, and I was talking to her, like, what are the similarities you notice and differences you notice between my father and me? And she said, well, he is not as pompous. Oof, that hurt.
Palestinians out of Gaza begin the rebuilding process at some point. But about that entire plan, first of all, we're nowhere near that. And then secondly...
So one of the big differences between alternative media, live streams and podcasts, and professional media is that usually the alternative media is less pompous.
Would Palestinians even want to leave Gaza?
Yeah, that's the key question. By the way, it's great to be with Dan, old buddy from Moscow. Yeah, I mean, you know, in the course of human events, people feel really attached to their homes, right? And with all the displaced persons throughout history, their number one dream is to return to their homes. So at this point, there's no sign that they're willing to leave. There's no country that said they'll take them. In fact, Jordan, which could be a possible recipient of Palestinians, of which it has throughout the decades shielded many and protected many, had said that it would maybe be willing to go to war if the more Palestinian displaced persons were forced upon them. So that's a very intractable issue. It's an international.
Okay, Donald Trump is going to war with the administrative state in ways that we have not seen before. And my favorite philosopher of the past few years, my favorite academic philosopher is Stephen Turner. I frequently reference him. And he has a book review out on Ungoverning, The Attack on the Administrative State and the Politics of Chaos by Russell Muirhead and Nancy Rosenblum. And one of Stephen Turner's specialties is the administrative state. And his fundamental point is that there is no advanced economy that has gotten a hand, that has gotten control of its administrative state. So Stephen Turner writes in this forthcoming book review, issues about bureaucracy and democracy have a long, complex history in American political thought and in the literature of public administration. So unelected bureaucrats making substantial decisions, and with the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government unable to corral them, right, is a contradiction with democracy. And these are issues that are typically ignored in political theory. So Woodrow Wilson, former president of the United States, wrote the foundational paper on the topic. And these two authors, right, but it has this paper has a special place in the pantheon of Harvard political thought. The endlessly prolific Carl Friedrich, a mentor to Henry Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski, produced a long-running standard introduction to the modern state, taking it from its origins in Central European absolutism to the present. So the administrative state was in place when we were ruled by monarchies. And so Friedrich's perspective understood British and American government as an anomaly and backwards, but inevitably will have to come into conformity with the realities of modern administrative practice that were inherited from monarchical systems. And so for Harvard's Carl Friedrich, this is a triumphal story where the state embodies rationality and state bureaucrats exemplify responsibility as opposed to idiot politicians. Now, it's not a simple story. Carl Friedrich has a deep understanding of power, particularly bureaucratic power, its influence, and he talks about the rule of anticipated reactions. But he doesn't make his critique as a work of political theory, rather it's an empirical study of constitutions. And his work does not enter the canon of political theory, rather it is a professional literature for bureaucrats. So this new book is not a work of political theory, it is a polemical defense of the administrative state. And its foundational premise is that governance is the use of the government to solve problems. And the indispensable instrument for doing so is the bureaucratic state, which combines expertise and the routine exercise of power. So every political science book that I've read on the topic of bureaucracy essentially makes the point you can't get anything done without bureaucracy, and there's no way to corral and control bureaucracy. So the authors of this new book are not primarily concerned with politics in the sense of the civil drama of legislation and conflict. Rather, their primary concern is with governance, and for governance, you have to depend on bureaucrats. So this is what the new book says. The legislature may pass bills. The executive may sign bills. The judiciary may pass judgment on bills, but it is the appointed official and civil servants who translate laws on paper into action. So administration, meaning shaping, implementing, and enforcing laws by officials charged specifically with the task, is unavoidable. Every modern state is an administrative state. So from their perspective, the administrative state is indispensable because it translates, it shapes, it implements, and enforces laws, and this is governance. Now, they do not say this out loud, but they imply this. This governance means a significant amount of discretionary power for bureaucrats. And even though they don't state it, it's implied, and it is central to their theories of the state. So why does this even need a defense? Right? The idea of defending something that is indispensable and inseparable from governance seems stupid, right? Why does this need a defense? But this is not a volume intended to persuade. These premises are not being defended against an alternative. According to the authors, there is no alternative to the administrative state but chaos. There is no doctrine relevant here. There's no program of reform to refute. Right? They quote Lionel Trilling, who argued 75 years ago, "The conservative impulse is expressed only in irritable mental gestures which seek to resemble ideas. The destructive gesture had displaced any genuine philosophy of governing." So Lionel Trilling argued 75 years ago that there was no conservative thought. So this new book on the administrative state wants to tell a story, a tale of two conflicts intertwined. And the Manichaean distinction here is central. It is the distinction between personal will and governing. And so the book takes this imaginary conspiracy, turns it on its head, and creates a Manichaean opposition between what it calls governing, governance, and chaos. So the authors write, so the first is a story of substituting personal will for governing. God, doesn't that sound like Hitler? Substituting personal will? Governing is about the authority that adheres to an office. Rule is about empowering the will of a particular person or group. So think about this medieval image. It is the difference between the crown and the king's head on which the crown sits. So the assault on governing and the substitution of will is comprehensive, and it's bad. And so they are alluding to a book by Ernst Kantorowicz, The King's Two Bodies, a study in medieval political theology. All right, and who are they referring to? The king whose head is distinct from the crown is, of course, Donald Trump, and his unchained impulse to command and his need to own reality and impose it on the nation. So Donald Trump is attempting to own reality when he says that his Gaza plan has met with a very positive response. So the reality that is being imposed is Donald Trump's imagined conspiracy of a malignant deep state trying to subvert him. And Trumpism is a mutation of traditional small government Republican Party preferences into a paranoid and deluded opposition to order, governance, problem solving, and expertise. And so Trump and Trumpism, this is not a coherent body of thought. This is a body of non-ideas. It's just a collection of irritable gestures. It has no positive aims. It's just a collection of delusions. It is just paranoia. And Trumpism is what this book is written to oppose. And they set about opposing rather than refuting or rebutting or critiquing. This book tries to provide intellectual and psychiatric pathology. Right? And it comes from all sorts of grievances, allegations of racism, and nothing coherent underlies Trumpism in their perspective. And according to these academics, the ethos of ungoverning, meaning chaos, has come to define the Republican Party. And so the threat that MAGA poses goes beyond one person. Now, according to the authors, you'll be relieved to know there is no deep state. Instead, there are sane, expert, orderly, wonderful, beautiful problem solvers in our government employee who use the flexible powers of the state. And the case of COVID vaccines is exemplary. Through the innovation of advanced purchase agreements and through emergency use authorizations, the government both underwrote the discovery of vaccines and made them available to every citizen in less than a year. And the author's admiration of this act is unbounded. One might call it a miracle. In fact, it was government doing its work when nothing can do the job except government, and when government works, citizens notice. Well, here I 100% side with the authors. So why is the administrative state an easy target for Trump and his fellow conspiracy theorists? You're not a conspiracy theorist, are you? So partly it is a result of the false image of government presented in our civics education. So the authors write, the executive branch officials never just implement the directives of Congress, as the textbook model of the relations between legislature and executive would suggest. Administrators need discretion to use their expertise. Aren't you glad for the expertise of our federal government employees? Discretion is needed because to take a general policy goal and to make it specific enough to implement requires adjustments. Unanticipated problems and flaws emerge. Circumstances change, and those who implement programs must respond. Now, there is a contradiction here. There is the potential for trouble, right? Because in bureaucracy, everything is process. There is a process for making decisions. There is a process for the process of making decisions. There is a process for announcing decisions. There is a process for implementing decisions. And this process, lay it over process, is what makes bureaucracy and why it sometimes has a bad name and why it produces the inevitable frustrations of proceduralism that can make it seem that process has become more important than results. I had a very rare cup of coffee this morning, and my mouth is so dry. Let me hydrate while we listen to the thoughts of Decoding the Gurus.
Perhaps it's strange not to try to relate it to the biblical tradition. You know, if nuclear weapons can rain down fire and brimstone and destroy the world, and then we have a biblical tradition that maybe doesn't say that this is inevitably going to happen, but that something like this might well happen if humans are left to their own devices. Should we at least be asking questions? Figure out ways for these things to inform one another.
So the first part of that, not a particularly profound insight, I think, which is that there is kind of a directional arc to history. Things don't just go in circles. There is technological progress and probably cultural and sociological progress of various kinds. That's been going on for a couple of thousand years at least. Fair enough. I don't dispute that. But it's at the second bit where he sort of lays out his thesis in a nutshell, doesn't he? He says that given that the Bible talks about apocalyptic, world-ending end times, and given that that kind of thing might happen, mainly through the potential for nuclear war or some other technology run amok, maybe a grey goo kind of explosion where little self-replicating nanobots eat the world. So therefore, it would be crazy for us not to use the Bible as a lens through which to understand current events and current risks. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary, yeah. And the delivery style, as you said, it's kind of halting, not particularly loquacious, a bit similar to Curtis Yarvin.
And Elon Musk, I have to say.
Oh yeah, and actually more closer to Elon Musk, yes. So like, there's big ideas, but it's kind of that impression that you get that he's such a genius that he doesn't communicate very well, but he's got a lot of big ideas bubbling there.
Yeah, they're not as articulate as Brett or Eric Weinstein. They should get coaching or something from us.
Or even Rogan. But no, I think that's part of the point is, though, that they're a little bit, off and not great in delivery because they're thinking in a different way. Like Teal, I believe, has referenced being neurotypical, having autism, right? So has Elon Musk, so do many people in the tech center. So yeah, just mentioning that because you're going to hear it throughout the delivery. And like you said, the logic is we might be capable now of destroying the world through technology. The Bible includes discussion of end times. Therefore, why wouldn't we link discussions of this topic to the Bible? And the logic there seems somewhat shaky, given that you could just look at almost literally any religious tradition, and they almost all, without exception, have millenarian components, right?
Yeah.
So,
like Norse mythology is it Ragnarok? Things like that. This is one that springs to mind. So why pick Christianity in particular? And, if you concede that, okay, well, most religions and traditional belief systems have some kind of apocalyptic stuff in them, like it seems like a stretch to say, well, therefore they can guide us as to how we should, conduct arms control agreements to try to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. It's not apparent why there should be any insights to be gleaned from this relatively superficial correspondence. And, what sort of guidance religious scripture would give us to solve one problem?
Okay, back to this forthcoming Stephen Turner book review. So we've got a new book out talking about the wonders of the administrative state and denigrating the Trumpian approach of chaos. All right, so it says there is no deep state, there is no conspiracy, there are sane, expert, orderly problem solvers who use the flexible power of the state. So the glory of proceduralism is that it avoids the chaos of personal rule. Right? When people administer processes, they do not impose their private wills. The administrator, the bureaucrat, is the counterforce to the unchecked personal ruler. Process ensures equal treatment without favoritism or corruption. Upholding rule of law norms, procedural norms, is protection against unbridled discretion. And you want to rely on experts because expertise is a protection. The expertise embedded in a process that has authority because, to repeat, it is consultative, it is public, it is impartial, and it is accountable. And what confers authority is the process of recruiting expertise and harnessing it to public purposes. Surely you don't oppose these noble processes and norms. Like, who could possibly object to this kind of wonderful governance? And the authors find there are many people who object, and they are willing to concede to the frustrations and the occasional absurdities that result from proceduralism. But they are mystified by the resistance. They are mystified by Donald Trump's appeal. They offer a few halting explanations, the idea that politics provides either deliverables or recognition, that it is the desire for recognition of their misguided grievances and conspiracy theories that drives the Trumpists. They are so appalled by such things as the disdain for expertise, the disdain for knowledgeable and experienced administration in a crisis situation, which was inspired by Trump's repudiation of the recommendations of his own public health task force. So they cannot take this opposition seriously. So what happens if we leave the polemic aside? What happens if we think analytically about the general problem rather than about Donald Trump? So I've been listening to a teaching company series on argument and had an excellent description of the virtues of argument, what constitutes effective reasoning. And let me see if I can find the exact timestamp here that I want to share with you.
What arguments look like, how they arise in controversies, and how controversies proceed. We'll start there next time.
Okay, didn't quite line it up, but what makes an argument? What makes responsible reasoning, excellent reasoning? What can we learn from debate and expertise
Lecture
in
5,
debate?
Argument Analysis and Diagramming.
Hello and welcome. In the first 4 lectures, we've explored the nature of argumentation and some of the points of view that are implied or assumed in studying this field. We've examined how formal and informal reasoning differ, and we've traced the development of argumentation studies across 2,500 years of history. Now we begin a series of lectures on argumentation strategies and tactics. And we start off by considering where we find arguments and what they look like. What does it take to get people to argue? Basically, 5 preconditions must be met, and from the discussions we've already had, these should be fairly obvious, so let me tick them off briefly. First, there's a disagreement between people. There's some controversy. Second, the disagreement matters to the people who are in it. It's not neutral or trivial. Third, the assent of the other party is desired. But fourth, assent is valued only if it's freely given. And finally, fifth, there's no easier or less risky way to resolve the disagreement. We can remember those things from the discussions that we've already had.
Okay, so I am trying to reduce my consumption of live streams and instead increase my consumption of teaching company courses. Right, back to this Stephen Turner book review. So let's have an excursion into the history of the small amount of political theory that deals with bureaucratic power. So the authors of this new book on the administrative state, they say, liberalism puts limits on authority. It's not just an idea. Liberalism is a set of institutions and norms that cabin and restrain power. That cabin power. I've never heard cabin used as a verb. Now, I was terrible at diagramming sentences, but that seems like they're using cabin as a verb. Have you heard cabin as a verb? Have you ever told someone, hey, I had to cabin my porn consumption? Okay, so liberalism is a set of institutions and norms that restrain power. It is the rule of law, means an independent judiciary, a free press, and it has mechanisms of political accountability. So for the liberal, what is to be feared is every extra-legal, secret, and unauthorized act by public agents or their deputies. Now, the problem with the discretionary power of bureaucrats is exactly the kind that this last sentence points to. The fact of discretion goes with a whole package of other features of public administration, such as bureaucratic secrecy and appeal to opaque procedures. So judicial scrutiny, the doctrine of the rule of law, demands for transparency and accountability, challenges to claims of expertise, tactics within the liberal toolkit for controlling and limiting bureaucratic power. Also, public criticism. Now, the use of these tactics is not a matter of a mysterious and irrational hostility to governance. Woodrow Wilson asked, what part shall public opinion take in the conduct of administration? So populism means wisdom lies with the people, right? Elitism means wisdom lies with the elites. So Woodrow Wilson says the right answer seems to be that public opinion shall play the part of authoritative critic. And so the struggle over the use and abuse of discretionary power by bureaucrats is intrinsic to the administrative state. The Carl Friedrich's empirical rule of anticipated reactions describes this struggle, how it's normally managed and how it's normally avoided. Bureaucrats have a usually pretty keen sense of the informal limits to their discretionary power, limits whose breach produces a reaction. Now, bureaucratic power is derived. It's not primary. It comes from a source, such as royal power or democratic lawmaking. So it is compelled to avoid stepping over this informal line that would produce an intervention. So within the lines is genuine power. So the Trump phenomenon becomes less mysterious when you listen to its supporters. And among the explicit issues they cite is the non-responsiveness of mid-level bureaucrats to elected officials and their use of discretion to foil the efforts of elected leaders. So the mainstream media loves to lead with how Elon Musk is unelected, but they didn't emphasize that Tony Fauci was unelected, right? They emphasize that people they hate who are trying to limit the administrative state are unelected. They don't talk about how the leaders of the administrative state are unelected. So current calls for resistance by bureaucrats and their relentless use of secrecy confirms that this is an issue. Bureaucrats overwhelmingly vote for the left, donate to the Democrats, and were quite effective at limiting Donald Trump's first administration. Now, Max Weber was a famous early 20th century German sociologist, and he had a keen concern for the limitation of bureaucratic power, because he remembered the rapacious Russian bureaucracy under the Tsars from his own German experience. And he designed a Weimar Constitution to directly address this problem, right? Max Weber saw the charisma of leaders and the power of parliamentary inquiry as a balancer against bureaucratic power and the bureaucratic mentality. So Donald Trump is a textbook charismatic leader in the Max Weber understanding. Now, the authors of this new book on the administrative state and much of our political class complain about certain things such as the norm breaking, the willfulness, the lack of deference to experts, the bond with followers that violates the normal practices of interest and identity politics, all derive from Donald Trump's charisma, as does the appearance of irrationality. But Donald Trump was not an accident, right? Donald Trump shapes our times, but he is also a product of our times, right? Our administrative state that anticipated and respected the informal limits of its discretionary powers would have avoided the populist Trumpist reaction that it has produced.
One spot, maybe he'll explain, Chris.
Maybe. I think the argument is going to be that it provides an important lens. That's the kind of defensible position that, you know, it gives you a vocabulary to discuss these issues. But the other reason that people discuss these things is because they think that the Bible contains prophetic insights because it is a divine manuscript. And I think that Teal might hold some views on that, as we'll see later. But in any case, the conversation moves on. And, you know, this is a kind of big question, Matt, right? You know, the apocalypse, technology, things developing. But you know where you can't talk about big questions? University. That's the problem.
Sure.
So obviously we'll come in a moment to the analyses, to the signs of the end times. But first a moment on why you're asking these questions. And as I understand your argument, Peter, you feel you need to ask them and to prompt a conversation, at least in part, because universities won't, which is odd in some ways. The biblical framework, these texts may be 2,000 years old, but they've informed Western civilization and taken up the time of scholars through these centuries. It has been an understanding in Western culture at least, that history is going someplace. And if there is an endpoint, no matter how far off in the future it may be, we're closer to it now than we were then.
So I believe that everyone benefits from accurate criticism, including universities. I'm all down with accurate criticism of universities, but this right-wing tendency to just trash universities as a default approach, I'm not a big fan of that. Right? If you just hate institutions, just hate people instead of understanding them within their particular genre and context, that is not a recipe for wisdom.
We were 2,000. All right. So all of these seem to me plausible, valid, and serious questions. Why are universities ill-equipped to grapple with this?
Well, that's very overdetermined, but certainly anything that, you know, if there's some relation between the university and the universe, where it is supposed to somehow, in its ideal form, in its early modern, like 17th, 18th century form, the university was supposed to represent some kind of integration of knowledge across a lot of disciplines, where they all would fit together. And for, you know, a variety of reasons one can cite, this has broken down over time. There are ideological reasons, but maybe there also are practical reasons where, you know, the amount of knowledge became too great for any single person to master, and then you had division of just ever narrower sub-disciplines.
Yeah, it's in the first part, Chris. The interviewer says, well, given that you know, human history seems to be evolving, which, you know, I think one would accept. There is kind of an evolution that we've had to see over 2,000 years. But then they sort of slip in, well, it's evolving towards some point, some fixed point, which actually, that's not quite the same thing. It's a bit like evolution, right? There is a bit of a directed thing in evolution, but it's not evolving. You know, organisms don't evolve towards some sort of goal. So he slips that in because, of course, he wants to make it sound like, well, given that it's obvious that, you know, global civilization is in some sense evolving, and it must be evolving to a point, and the Bible makes a prediction about what that point is, which is apocalypse. And then he asked the question, why aren't universities discussing this important idea? Well, I guess the simple answer is because it's stupid, right? Like that's a silly topic for any kind of investigation, philosophical, sociological, scientific. It's just a random thought bubble that doesn't even make sense, right?
Well, I would instead challenge the premise that universities aren't, like, it might be a stupid notion that there's a teleological orientation to history and thought and that kind of thing, but it is certainly something the philosophers have often talked about, and theologians. And to my knowledge, they are still doing that within universities week in and week out. Like, did the theologians stop theologizing? I haven't noticed that, and I...
Right, here is Mark Zuckerberg talking about the best advice he ever got from Peter Thiel.
Speaking of Peter, and sort of a closing question, what's the best piece of advice he ever gave you?
I think Peter was the person who told me this really pithy quote that in a world that's changing so quickly, the biggest risk you can take is not taking any risk. And I really think that that's true, right? I mean, a lot of people, I think that, whenever it comes to, whenever you get yourself into a position where you have to make some big shift in direction or do something, there are always, people are going to point to the downside risks of that decision. And locally, they're maybe right? I mean, for any given decision that you're going to make, there's upside and downside. But in aggregate, if you are stagnant and you don't make those changes, then I think you're guaranteed to fail, right? And not catch up. So to some degree, I think it's really right that over time, the biggest risk that you can take is to not take any risk.
So for some people, in some situations, that advice, the biggest risk that you can take is to take no risk, right? That Mark Zuckerberg found that valuable. But for many other people, that advice would be stupid. For other people, it would be incredibly destructive. That's why the wise rabbi who is asked questions about observance of Jewish law, right? He doesn't make a ruling unless he knows the person who's asking the question and he knows their situation, because you're going to make different rulings on Jewish law depending on the situation of the person who's asking the question.
The arts and humanities have a whole bunch of different schools that have, different approaches and different views, and there seems to be no shortage of people offering big ideas. Like, I think this is the issue with their cartoonish image of the past, where it's like they're these intellectual giants.
And Kip says, well, 40 thinks that the universities are salvageable, but many of us think it's beyond repair. But what is the basis for your thinking that the universities are beyond repair? I mean, what studies have you delved into? Which books have you read? Right? You have listened to a bunch of live streams and podcasts that reinforce your prejudice. And so on the basis of all these people who agree with you, you say they are beyond repair. You're not speaking from any level of expertise, or are you? Is this based on your first-hand empirical discussions with university professors and students? And much of our knowledge, right, the internet came from universities, right? Medical advances come from universities. Most of the world's greatest universities are in the United States, right? So many advances in knowledge, in application, in science, in medicine come from universities. So if you're going to say the universities are beyond repair, then talk to me. Show me examples of thriving, advanced economies that don't have universities. Show me. There aren't any. It's not going to work. We've had universities since like the 13th or 14th century, right? It would be absurd to do away with universities. I've seen their utterances in public. They manufacture the expertise you love. It's 86% BS. Right? Based on what? You have seen their utterances cut up for you in sound bites that appeal to your pre-existing prejudices. Right? What genuine study are you doing? Who is making the case for you in the most sophisticated manner? Right? I'm just curious. Like, where are the theses? Where are the books? Right? Where are the thoughtful presentations of your idea? because type of people who have your outlook here are people like Peter Teal, who, when you examine what they say, are just blithering idiots in many areas of life. There are areas of life where Peter Teal has valuable contributions, but when he talks about how stupid universities are, he does not come across in an impressive fashion.
Talking about how in previous times, science and knowledge, it was all unified. People learned all disciplines and tried to integrate it holistically. And now modern universities have become like less ambitious. They're specialized, right? You focus on individual subjects. Now, I presume he's talking about the origins of universities in the, medieval 12th century or whatnot, when they were primarily religious institutions. And then, of course, you did have theology mixed in with everything. It would be like going to a Quranic university as well, right? Where Islam would be included in the kind of syllabus. So that is true. But obviously, over time, universities developed more specialized and discipline-specific things because knowledge advanced, right? Like, and also in the Enlightenment and Renaissance periods and whatnot, there was also the eventual removal of religion as the overarching framework in everything. Like, you were able to study science without having to adhere to religious dogma. But they seem to be pining for that period, which is, I guess, you can present it as a better time. But yeah, like nothing. And did you hear as well, Matt, that bit where he said, now, university representing the universe? He did that sensemaker, wordplay. The university and the universe, Matt. Those are related words.
So I missed that. Did he like a little play there on the dear idea? Well, it's a minor point. That a little thing that annoyed me was when he talked about the reasons why universities aren't investigating these deep fundamental questions, like maybe the apocalyptic predictions for the Bible are going to predict the future for us. Peter Thiel says, oh, well, the reasons are overdetermined. And I really hate, that's just a little word, calling things overdetermined. It's a little tech geek term. He should just say, look, there are many reasons why they're not investigating these big questions. It's just these little pretentious tech geek things. It's an example of our pseudo-profound bullshit stuff, Chris, where people use that, just these little signifiers that you're a deep technical thinker,
Yeah, that's, I noticed that as well. It is the language of the uber tech or the kind of rationalist set, right? They like that. So it's like the reference to Bayesianism, where Bayesianism is a perfectly reasonable and justifiable thing and a useful thing to discuss, but 90% of the time, you should set your priors when you hear Bayesian reasoning invoked in a podcast that it's not going to be invoked for anything good or appropriately.
Indeed.
So modern universities, Matt, they don't talk about the big ideas, and they're also, as he talked about, they're kind of getting into endless specialities, dead-end disciplinary cul-de-sacs where people don't see the big picture. So let's hear a bit more about that.
And then, and I've spoken about this in many other contexts, but my intuition is that in many places there's been relative stagnation. The hyper-specialization disguises a certain type of decadence. We have these narrow experts saying how wonderful they are. The cancer researchers say they're going to cure cancer in the next 5 years, and string people say they're the smartest physicists and they know everything. But maybe it's just some weird academic power game where they're blocking everybody else and on and on. And so there is even before we get to the big question of history, there's a question just of, the history of science and technology. It progressed a lot. Maybe it's progressing more slowly. Why has that changed? What's going on there?
A rather Weinsteinian presentation there of science and academia, right? There's a decadence, Matt. The cancer people are claiming that they're going to cure cancer in 5 years. The string theorists, those arrogant bastards, are preventing anybody from doing real geometric unity-based research. And yeah, it just a lot of echoes here of the Weinsteinian view of science as a bunch of like self-interested people that are keeping the real ideas down through their kind of chlorine cronyism and like suppression of like true genius, right?
Yeah, exactly. Decadent is the right word to describe what they think of modern science and academia, which kind of conflicts a bit with how they also feel that the speed of advancements in science and technology is an existential threat to us, but we can talk about that later. But certainly they feel that everything is politics. You can't trust anything that any of them is saying. They're probably up to no good.
Yes, indeed. And, there's this thing, Matt, where I don't think they actually pay much attention to science in general, because that thing about in 5 years, we're going to have this new technology. That is a joke within skeptic communities that, anytime you see a press release for a new battery technology or a new drug or whatever, the kind of...
So Dennis Prager, from an earliest age, people have gathered around him and have been moved by his charisma. And so clients of Dennis Prager's father, who was an accountant, would often come to their home early for the opportunity to talk to Dennis Prager when he was just a kid. And so think about how intoxicating it must be when people are naturally drawn to you, right? It gives you considerable power, and then it would be very easy to have an exaggerated sense of your own significance. And Dennis Prager, back in the early 1990s, released a video on how to be, several videos on how to be a good person. One of the videos featured O.J. Simpson, but then O.J. Simpson got charged with murder. So I arrived in Los Angeles around March 30th of 1994, and it was, I think, June 12 that O.J. Simpson murdered 2 people. And so it was shortly before the release of one of Dennis Prager's videos on how to be a good person. So they had to rapidly edit O.J. Simpson out of their video on how to be a good person. So what the hell is Bayesian statistics? Like, what are Bayesian priors? And look this up. So it's a method of data analysis, uses Bayes' theorem to update probabilities based on data and prior knowledge. It's based on the idea of subjective probability, which is a quantification of a degree of belief. So how it works, you specify the prior. Right, you express background knowledge as a probability distribution called the prior. You then specify the likelihood. You express the observed data as a probability distribution called the likelihood. You combine the prior and the likelihood to get the posterior distribution. Then you use the posterior distribution to make predictions or inferential decisions. So Bayesian statistics are used often in clinical trials and other areas of life where it's important to consider the degree of belief in a hypothesis. And Bayesian statistics is named after Reverend Thomas Bayes, who was an 18th century Presbyterian minister and mathematician. So anyway, Dennis Prager has been a public speaker since the early 1970s, and he's been overweight pretty much his entire life. And I remember him, I first started paying attention to him in the fall of 1988 when I heard him on KABC radio on Saturday and Sunday nights in Los Angeles. And even in the late 80s, he was giving advice about diet. And so one of the nuggets of wisdom that he dispensed was, I've learned that it's only fat that makes you fat. And then he came around to a completely different analysis. So here we have a headline: Florida man eats diet of butter, cheese, and beef, and cholesterol oozes from his body. And the Columbia University statistician Andrew Gelman asked, how much am I to blame for this? So if you read a blog, read Andrew Gelman. He is a left of center statistics professor at Columbia University. So we have a story. What could go wrong with eating an extremely high fat diet of beef, cheese, and sticks of butter? Well, for one thing, your cholesterol levels could reach such stratospheric levels that lipids start oozing from your blood vessels, thus forming yellowish nodules on your skin. This was the disturbing case of a man in Florida who showed up at a Tampa hospital with a 3-week history of painless yellow eruptions on the palms of his hands, the soles of his feet, and his elbows. The man was in his 40s, told doctors that he had adopted a carnivore diet 8 months prior. His diet included between 6 and 9 pounds of cheese, sticks of butter, and daily hamburgers that had additional fat. Since taking on this brow-raising food plan, he claimed his weight dropped, his energy levels increased, and his mental clarity improved. Oh, that sounds good, right? And statistics professor Andrew Gelman says, I am uncomfortably reminded of my friend Seth Roberts, who died of heart failure not long after adopting a diet in which he ate half a stick of butter a day, which he claimed from self-experimentation to improved his brain function. So the Florida man was ingesting more than half a stick of butter today. But I was struck by his report of improved mental clarity, which uncomfortably echoed Seth's claims from a decade earlier. And I feel some small responsibility for this chain of events. So Seth Roberts was a friend of mine at the University of California in the early 1990s. We taught courses together, and he kept me informed of his work on self-experimentation. So in 2005, he published a research article on the topic, and I promoted it on the blog. Even then, his self-experimentation was unusual, but he hadn't gone off the deep end. We had further blog discussion that year, and then it was linked from the Marginal Revolution blog. Then it was picked up by Stephen Dubner, and Stephen Levitt in the New York Times. At the time, I thought this multiple stage of amplification was cool. And it does feel good, right? When your ideas or your friends' ideas get picked up. And by this point, Seth did not need my help to get publicity. So Stephen Dubner and Stephen Levitt invited him to guest blog on his diet at Freakonomics. And then Seth Roberts published a successful diet book, which I, Andrew Gelman, reviewed positively. I also published a couple of conversations with Seth on his research. Seth started his own blog and website where people used his diet and they shared tips. And he was followed by mid-level celebrities such as Tucker Max and Dennis Prager. And then Dennis Prager would pass on the insights that he got from Seth Roberts on his nationally syndicated radio show. So Seth Roberts was an early figure in the paleo lifestyle movement. And he was telling me his theories about the benefits of the caveman diet and the caveman lifestyle many years before I heard it anywhere else. In the late 1990s, early 2000s, he even wrote a book on the topic, but he never found a publisher, and so he abandoned the project after publishing his diet book. Now, Andrew Gelman has been going through his blog archives, and he was surprised to learn that as early as 2007, Seth Roberts was claiming cognitive benefits from oil consumption. You hear people talking about their self-experimentation. You hear me talking about it, that I started swallowing beef organ capsules and I had these dramatic health improvements. Seth Roberts showed data showing that his high-fat diet had improved his reaction time. And he thought this was a byproduct of him drinking oil as part of his weight loss plan. And so this is what Andrew Gelman wrote back in 2007. Encouraged by the success of his self-experimentation to help his sleep, his mood, his weight concerns, Seth Roberts has been experimenting with the effects of drinking flaxseed oil. Right? Virtually no nutritionist would recommend that you drink oil. Seth, not to be a wet blanket, but aren't you worried that your findings might be due to expectation effects? You knew which oil you were taking when doing the tests? And Seth says, no, I'm not worried about that. Seth is saying it's not just an expectation effect because he wasn't always expecting the results, but I could see a bias arising from positive feedback, right? You try a new treatment, you see what happens after with no expectation except that things might change. Having seen this, you adjust your expectation and this affects your next measurement. So in retrospect, Andrew Gelman thinks, I was too mild. I suggested to Seth, maybe you should get a partner in experimentation, someone who lives or works nearby, who could give you a randomly assigned oil. Your partner would know the oil you were getting, but you would not. You wouldn't even know if you were being given something new that day. Seth agreed, but he wrote these suggestions low on my to-do list. So stats professor Andrew Gelman says, I wish I had pushed back harder. A clean negative result could have given Seth and me a healthy dose of skepticism, might have motivated him to think more carefully about his theories when deciding what experiments to try next. A clean positive result might have given him and his followers a level of confidence and motivated him to experiment more rather than experiment more systematically, rather than spiraling out of control with goofy and possibly dangerous ideas such as eating half a stick of butter a day. So Andrew Gelman kept pushing back to Seth Roberts. Maybe this is all confirmation bias. And Andrew says, I wish I'd taken a firmer line. So the years went on. Seth gained more and more confidence. His experiments became more and more dubious, culminating in the stick of butter thing, which may have been fatal, maybe not. So this is a long chain of events. I don't feel a high degree of responsibility for my small part in encouraging the crazier aspects of the paleo lifestyle movement. But to the extent that I was proud that my promotion of Seth's work led to his media success, I should correspondingly feel bad about the negative consequences. Right, this is some clear thinking from stats professor Andrew Gelman. That's a good model for us to emulate.
Selling point is always, if you invest in this or if we can build this technology in 5 years, we will have like a huge breakthrough, right? And obviously, as the 5 years go, we do get breakthroughs, but not every technology turns out to be as revolutionary as the people claim. But he's presenting it as if that's what science is about, like trying to do that. That's what all the scientists are doing. And that's more like, that is the marketing pitch. That's not science. Like scientific projects are longer term, like the Human Genome Project. There is progress being made, but he's kind of talking about the discourse of individual groups hyping particular scientific discoveries or this kind of thing. And I think that's the engagement that a lot of these tech people have, is that they are listening to pitches or they're reading articles, and then, you know, like cancer research has just been progressing, right? Like, I'm not under the impression they're going to cure cancer in 5 years. There's far too many different types of cancer, and they are making progress in like getting treatment rates up. They are making, you know, progress across a whole bunch of different therapies to try and detect and treat cancer, and it is working. But there's, I think, very few people, except for the people like Peter Thiel, that imagine are kind of disappointed that they're not able to cure all cancers within 5 years.
Yeah, like, I guess it's a common perspective that's coming around these days. Like Sabine Hossenfelder, for instance, implies something very similar, really, about the state of physics. So, yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't agree for now. I'm just observing. We're just processing the big ideas.
Well, speaking of processing big ideas, Peter Robinson is a fucking sensemaker, Matt. He's a sensemaker. And I'm going to, I submit to you my honor, or what is it? I submit to you.
You have some additional evidence you would like to put before the court.
I have,
correct?
yeah, I would like to bring to the court's attention Exhibit A in the matter of Peter Robinson being a sensemaker. Listen to this.
You said, so fragmentation, hyperspecialization in the university, the feeling that of kind of disintegration into silos, that's one aspect of it. Another aspect of it, I'm checking this, and this is the form of a question, is whether an extreme rationalism maybe emerges from that specialization or maybe informs it. But I've heard you say, I've got a quotation here from you, under the rationalist view, you can't even talk about the end of your own life, let alone the end of the world. That there's something about the regnant view. I'm trying to resist the word ideology because ideology isn't quite the right, but the way the university conducts its business rules out questions of life, death, sin, redemption, the meaning of history. And yet those are so what I'm trying to get at is hyperspecialization, yes. Is there also something else, something about the regnant view that makes it very hard for universities to grapple with big questions?
Yeah.
Anyway, funny pushback in the chat from Gunnar. Luke Ford wasn't impressed by your linear algebra and your multivariable calculus classes. So if you have your algebra down, you have your geometry down, and you have your trigonometry down, then stepping into calculus is no big deal. If you then also have your first semester calculus down, single variable calculus, you got that down, then stepping into multivariable calculus is not a big deal. And if you've got your priors down, stepping into linear algebra is no big deal, right? I struggled in calculus because I had been so shoddy in algebra, right? I got a C in algebra in high school, and then I retook 2 semesters of algebra at community college, and I got C's. I took geometry twice in high school. I think I got a D the first semester and a C minus the second semester. Then I went into trigonometry in junior college because I decided I wanted to get a PhD in economics, so I had to get sharper with my math. And so I would get up at 4 a.m. because math was not easy for me, and I managed to pull an A in trigonometry, and then I went straight into calculus, and I was on track for an A in calculus before I got sick and ended up graduating with a B. But the reason I struggled in calculus is because I didn't have my algebra and my geometry down. All right, back to Andrew Gelman. And here's the headline. What do I think of this Bayesian analysis of the origins of COVID? So here's the abstract of a recent paper using Bayesian methods to try to figure out the origins of the COVID pandemic. And they conclude that the overall odds ratio is 14,900 to 1, indicating overwhelming evidence in favor of the hypothesis that the pandemic resulted from an accidental lab leak. But this conclusion depends upon the priors, the Bayesian priors. So Andrew Gelman's response is, I don't know. It's hard to compute the Bayesian probabilities for this problem, not so much because of the priors, but because of the likelihood. What is the probability of the data given the model? One problem is the selection of what is considered to be data. The other problem is that the model lab leak or wet market leak is not clearly specified. So you have composite hypotheses. This is a general difficulty. So it's not clear that Bayesian inference is the right way to attack this problem. And lab leak theory is fascinating in that virtually all virologists dismiss it. So those with the most expertise are the least believing of the lab leak hypothesis, and those who most push the lab leak hypothesis have the least expertise in the area. So have you heard about the psychology professor Dan Ariely? Right, he has done so much shoddy research, and now he's out with an op-ed in The Hill, and the headline is, "Why Louisiana's Ten Commandments law is a broken moral compass." Right? And I mean, Dan Ariely, there's really significant evidence that he's fabricated data. Right? And Andrew Gilman says, "Why am I writing about this? Why not just decorously look away?" Well, The Hill is a reputable publication, and they're using their publication to promote Dan Ariely's very questionable work. And this is bad for science. It's ridiculous when they invite someone with major ethical concerns about his research to then lecture us on ethics. Mockery is appropriate here. It's nothing personal. I think of all the people in social science working hard, not pushing the ethical boundaries, working openly, working honestly, working transparently, with a sincere willingness to learn and listen to criticism. And then Dan Ariely gets rewarded with publicity. I laugh because otherwise I'd scream. And so there is a comment in the Talmud that it is a mitzvah, it is a divine commandment to expose hypocrites, people who use Torah, use religion as a spade while behaving badly. So people who are frauds and con men, and they use God and Torah as cover for their frauds, right? You should call them out because they make God and Torah look really bad. So Andrew Gelman is to be respected and congratulated for the way he calls out the shoddy work of so many of his peers.
So, I mean, yeah, why aren't we? Like, why are you studying what you're studying? Why am I specialized in gambling research? Why are we trying to figure out the answer to life, the universe, and everything all at once? You know, the Bible, sin, morality, life, redemption, men and women. Yes. Why are we doing it all at once in one great, amazing framework?
Also, ideology, not quite the right word, not the specific right word. Regnant. Maybe that is a better word. Maybe that is a more precise. I had to look up that word.
Oh, you ignoramus, Chris. You're not equipped. You're not equipped to deal with ideas on this level. Clearly,
this is what sense speakers do, though. They're like, I don't think dominant is quite correct. It might be prevailing. Is prevailing maybe what we mean here, right?
Well, let's explore the distinction between dominant and regnant, Chris, because I think that can illustrate. Yeah, I know, silly. Anyway, pretentious, and I think the pretentiousness and the big words, I think, can help conceal the fact that what is being proposed here is really quite silly. Like, first of all, Peter Thiel's big idea is that Bible scripture predicting the end times, we should be looking to that to deal with problems today somehow. Okay. And then the second idea is that why are academics and scientists specializing on their little things like, viruses or cancer or addiction? Why aren't we thinking about redemption and sin? That's what we should all, there actually are. Yeah, I know what you're going to say. Like, there are some academics who do that. Thankfully, relatively few, proportionally, because it is something of a waste of time because you end up doing stuff like this. But anyway.
Yeah. And the other aspect that clearly puts us in the sense-making realm is sense speakers must imply that, right, rationalism, science, it's too limited. It's causing problems, right? There's a mystical element to the universe. There's a meaning crisis, Matt, and it cannot be solved with...
So as the show goes on, I get more and more tired, right? I have more energy earlier in the day rather than later in the day. I have more energy after I've just eaten rather than when I get hungry. And as I get more tired, my world just starts to shrink and shrink and shrink. That's why as the show goes on, right, I typically say less and less, right? I contribute less. I'm less energized. I'm less enthused. I'm less creative. It's just everything just kind of collapses in on itself as I become increasingly fatigued as I move through a show. Now, here's another Andrew Gelman post. The delay the reckoning heuristic in pro football. So, Sean Payton has won a Super Bowl, pretty good coach, but here's a sharp critique. So the Denver Broncos this year kicked a field goal with 1 minute and 54 seconds to go to make the score 13-6 Pittsburgh. So Denver had one timeout remaining. So at this point, the Denver coach, Sean Payton, elected to kick the ball off through the end zone rather than try an onside kick. So if you do the math, this means that the best case scenario for Denver, reasonably, was that they would stop Pittsburgh from getting a first down after 3 running plays. Then they'd get the ball back after a punt deep in their own territory with 10 seconds left and no timeouts. And this is what happened. So the odds of scoring a game-tying TD in this situation are almost zero. So why didn't Sean Payton try an onside kick? Right, the downside of a failed onside kick in this situation is trivial. Right, Pittsburgh gets the ball around the 50 rather than their own 30 after a kick through the end zone. So if Pittsburgh makes a first down in either situation, the game is over. So that's irrelevant. But what's the downside of Pittsburgh punting from the Denver 44 instead of from the Pittsburgh 36? Right, this is a 20-yard difference. But because the end zone serves as a constraint on punters, since a punt that goes into the end zone comes out to the 20, the real difference in field position as a practical matter is probably more like 10 yards, with the likely outcome Denver getting the ball on its own 20 rather than its own 10. So Sean Payton passed up a chance to get the ball at midfield with nearly 2 minutes left and a timeout left. Right? This is a manageable situation if you need a TD. Right? For instead a realistic best case scenario that would have required a miracle to get a TD. So why does this happen? Coaches have a strong and irrational preference for delaying the arrival of the inevitable, for delaying the arrival of certain defeat, even at the cost of greatly reducing the odds of winning. And this was Sean Payton's mentality throughout the game, right? He kicked a field goal while down 13-0 with 10 minutes to go. He punted on 4th and 8 from the Denver 33 while down by 10 points with 7.5 minutes to go. Right? Both decisions are more likely to cause the moment of certain defeat to arrive later than it would otherwise arrive, but this is seriously suboptimal in terms of increasing the chances of actually winning the game. So coaches prefer defeat while pursuing conventional courses of action to defeat while doing something unconventional, because the latter makes them more prone to heavy criticism, even if the criticism is wrong.
With your rationalist science, right? So just that.
Can't be, take off your lab coat, put down your beakers. It's time to think big.
Pick up your Bible, grab your bongo drums, and get into the Sensemaking circle. We're going to sense-make the shit out of this. So, yeah, that's what it is.
It may sound like we're being mean, but I think that is what they are proposing.
That is what they're talking about. They're just doing that with big words and dramatic pauses. But so let's see the argument develop on. We've heard about how people's ambitions have become smaller, more parochial. Think about the people in ancient time, Matt, or even just 100 years ago. What did they seek to do?
Yes, they seem hard to grapple with it. Why is probably harder to say. Certainly, if we do something like the radical life extension project, people in the 17th, 18th centuries were very optimistic about it. Benjamin Franklin, Francis Bacon. You had all these ideas that you could extend human lifespan by centuries. As late as the late 19th, early 20th century, there was a movement called cosmism. And they seem hard to grapple with it. Why is probably harder to say. Certainly, if we do something like the radical life extension project, people in the 17th, 18th centuries were very optimistic about it. Benjamin Franklin, Francis Bacon. You had all these ideas that you could extend human lifespan by centuries. As late as the late 19th, early 20th century, there was a movement called cosmism in the sort of around the time of the Soviet Revolution, 1920s Soviet Union, and it claimed that for the revolution to succeed, you had to physically resurrect all the dead people using science. And it was workers of the world unite, and to sort of get with the times, their slogan was dead of the world unite. And then, of course, they didn't make much progress on this, and then at some point by the time you get to Stalin and the show trials, and the deaths seem to be going up, not down. But there was a moment when they thought it might even be possible. There was an incredible ambition, an incredible.
And I am flattered to be asked my opinion of RFK, and my opinion is disdain. I can't stand this guy. I think he is a ludicrous choice to run HHS, and I have disdain for all of Trump's health choices, for the head of the FDA and any other of his major cabinet decisions related to health, right, I think they are a joke. I think they're terrible. And I also don't like Donald Trump delaying funding for important scientific research. So I believe that the overwhelming public health consensus with regard to COVID, given what they knew at the time, was pretty good. So during an outbreak of something like pneumonia during the early days of COVID, that social distancing was a good idea. I believe that wearing a mask when you are in indoor spaces around other people was a good idea. Getting vaccinated, I believe, was a good idea. So I think our elites, our government, our Federal Reserve, I believe that Tony Fauci and the health establishment overall did a better than expected job with regard to COVID. And certainly in the early days, I think that social distancing was a good idea. And Trump's health appointees, I think, are a disaster. I think they are ridiculous. I think they're terrible. I don't like Trump pausing funding for important scientific research.
Energy to modern science. It was perhaps downstream from Christianity. If the promise of Christianity is a physical resurrection, then science could offer that too. It was a possibility. Maybe it was a rival to Christianity. You don't need Christianity if we can do it through science. And then there is a strange way that the project, in many dimensions, feels very exhausted. Even though, of course, people still genuflect to science. They believe in science with a capital S. But the ambition has been really beaten out.
So the good old days, Chris, when scientific folks talk seriously about raising the dead.
Yeah, well, not just scientific folks, also the communists, right? Apparently they envisioned like raising the dead and creating like a zombie revolution, and they gave up on that idea too early, Matt. They had good ambitions, but they just gave up. And
whatever happened? Like, why have they given up on Phlogiston? Why have they given up on what is it, Victorian spiritualism?
Philosophy, or
could be what I'm thinking of. No, anyway, but those were the days when people thought big. Like Greek philosophers wondered if maybe the whole world was made out of water. Exciting, out of the box kind of thinking.
One bit that gets me here is like Thiel's understanding of Christianity, right? So I get it, Matt. I get it that Christianity includes in it that there will be an afterlife. People will be raised from the dead like Jesus. There's a heaven and that kind of thing. But he's quite focused on the physical aspect of the resurrection, right? He's like, Christianity said there would be a physical resurrection, right? Then science came, and his idea is, now maybe science decided it was going to physically resurrect people because it was influenced by Christianity. Or another alternative is it wanted to be a rival source for physically resurrecting people so that you wouldn't need Christianity. So it's like premises that, the main motivation is physically resurrecting the dead. That's the primary goal in both those systems. And now that ambition, the original ambition to resurrect the dead, has been beaten out of science. There's only a few brief pioneers like Brian Johnson still keeping that flame alive. So,
well, that's the thing, isn't it? He feels like things have gone awry because scientists aren't seriously working on living forever, right? Why can't we live forever? Why aren't the scientists brave enough to tackle that problem, Chris? And of course, the answer is it's more complicated than that. Actually, scientists from all kinds of disciplines are trying to find ways to help us live longer. But just waving a magic wand and doing something to ourselves so we live forever, it's not as easy as it sounds, Peter Thiel. So it's just like a childish. I don't understand like we're just being hypercritical here, but I think it's fair to say it's a childish view of science. Like, how come it hasn't delivered flying cars, and why don't we live forever yet?
Yeah, why aren't human lifespans hundreds of years longer? And you're like, because we're like biological entities, right? And there's a lot of complex things going on there. And it may be the case that in the future, genetic technologies and ability to rejuvenate cells and immune systems and whatnot mean that we end up with like vastly increased lifespans, right? But the issue is that humans did increase their lifespans quite a lot from previous eras by addressing infectious diseases and hygiene and this kind of thing. But there's a limit so far that we're hitting, right? That like the thing that was holding back lifespans is not that.
No, Chris. The thing that's holding us back is we're just not trying hard enough. That's the issue.
Yeah, there's so just that the whole premise is kind of like, well, it's not like if the option was available that nobody is interested in life extension technology or that kind of thing. But it's just like you said, it's a complex topic. In any case, part of the issue, Matt, is the lack of scientific heroes in our current era.
Yes.
If you look at the individual scientists, it's much less of the sort of heroic, bold figure who breaks with dogmas and thinks for him or herself, and it's much more, in late modernity, you're just a robot in a ever smaller cog in an ever bigger machine or something like this.
All right. My shoddy math skills reflect a huge flaw in my character. So for a couple of years in my early childhood, I was raised by all sorts of different people, and I would get hit a lot. And so very early on in my life, I became really adept at lying, because if I could pull off a lie, I would reduce the odds that I would get hit. Unfortunately, what started out as an adaptive response for me became maladaptive, because lying is a very hard habit to break. And so I have usually gone for the easy way out throughout my life. I have tended towards vast overestimation of my own abilities, and I like to blame it on ADHD. I was usually a poor student. I didn't do well at diagramming sentences. I didn't do well at learning the grammar of the English language. And I was never able to pay attention to science classes. My mind would just shut off. And I cheated my entire way through chemistry. I had to take chemistry to get into college. I think I ended up with a C, but I cheated my entire way through that class. Cheating is a really hard habit to break. So when I was confronted by having to work hard or using the option of cheating, way too often I took up the option of cheating. Now, I realized this was a problem, and so by the time I got to junior college here at community college, I decided I have to stop cheating. And I did, with one exception. There was one time in trigonometry class where I cheated. And I remember the teacher had stepped out, and so I looked in my book, and after I came back from looking in my book, like I looked down very quickly onto the side, looked at my book, and then went back to the test. But as I was coming back from cheating and returning to my test, there was a woman in the class who saw me, and I felt bad. And that was the last time I cheated at school. I remember at UCLA, there was someone who was working full-time and doing an MBA, and he had to take an undergraduate economics history class, and I allowed him to pay me to coach him, but I refused to write a paper for him. That's where I draw the ethical line. So I didn't really learn the fundamentals of algebra and geometry, and that handicapped me as I started taking classes in calculus, and Gunnar calls me out, right? Luke wasn't impressed by linear algebra and multivariable calculus, and when I say that, well, if you've got your priors down, then multivariable calculus shouldn't be too big of a problem, and he's right. He says, 40, that's like saying squatting 400 pounds is nothing, since you just squat 200 pounds and then you squat 300 pounds and then you squat 400 pounds. No big deal, bro. Very, very good critique. I will cop to that.
I mean, look, the most reasonable version of this is, isn't there a popular movement in, or at least there was, to sort of encourage more cross-disciplinary work, encouraging, scientists who are specialized in particular silos to kind of share ideas across them? That's maybe the fair version of what he's saying?
Yeah, that is a positive spin to put on it. Like, interdisciplinary knowledge and approaches can be beneficial, and there is issues with academic siloing. That is all true, right? But like what he's harkening back is to the gentleman scientist era. This notion that there are like, intellectual giants. That's right. And where are they now, Matt? Where are the intellectual giants that have mastered all disciplines? Like, I guess it was Eric.
There's Eric. Where's our Newton? Where's our Darwin, Chris? Yeah. And I mean, he does, in fairness to him, he does give one explanation for this, which I think is true, even though he discounts it, which is that, it's harder to discover new things once stuff has already been discovered. Like, once Darwin did his thing with evolution, then the next person that comes along could just be just as smart, as talented as Darwin, just as willing to think outside the box. But, the fact is evolution's already been largely figured out. So, things get more difficult.
Yeah, that was one good thing that he referenced, which is a very relevant explanation, and he credits it to Tyler Cohen, but he doesn't spend much time on it. He just says it's one possible account. But I did recognize that was a good thing that he describes, but he definitely does not dwell on that. So I'll just play it because it's an example that he's not always saying things that are just silly and childish.
And then there's always a question of why this is.
Right.
And why questions are overdetermined. And as a libertarian, I always like to say it's too regulated, and the FDA regulates the drugs too much. And if you regulated video games like the FDA regulates drugs, we'd still all just be playing Pong. And so there's a libertarian anti-regulatory thing. There is a argument that the schools aren't teaching people, and they're not teaching people to be scientists, and some of the educational institutions are broken. There's sort of an anti-liberal argument.
Some truth in all this.
There is a Tyler Cohen argument that somehow the low-hanging fruit was picked. It was, there was a bunch of easy discoveries to make, and now it's nature's cupboard is kind of bare, and you have to reach really hard to make a modest discovery. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's just sort of a self-serving excuse of baby boomers who didn't do as much as the generations that came before. But it is.
So one of the most moronic, stupid, idiotic parts of right-wing discourse is making fun of virtue signaling. And I didn't realize how moronic this was until I read a paper by a bloke with 2 PhDs, and I was immediately convinced, right, this guy is right. Right? Virtue signaling is virtuous. There is no meaningful alternative to virtue signaling. It depends. Right, the significance of virtue signaling is on what you signal. You have to virtue signal. You are virtue signaling all the time. And you are deluded. And you are not thinking clearly if you do not realize how often you are engaged in adaptive virtue signaling. So these knee-jerk conservative critiques of the left that it's just virtue signaling and virtue signaling is stupid just shows that you're a shallow thinker, that you are removed from reality, that you don't understand evolution, that you are just surfing the discourse. Right? We are not here to surf the discourse. We are not here to score imaginary points against the left. We are not here to feel good about how amazing it is to be on the right. We are not here to feel virtuous about being a conservative. And we are not here to own the libs. Right? This is not a place for right-wing, moronic hate porn. Right? If you are unable to see how you are constantly, deliberately doing things to hurt the people who you feel like you love the most in the world, then you are removed from reality. Right? There are normal levels of how we are constantly, deliberately doing things to infuriate and bother and upset the people who we will claim that we love the most. And if you think that virtue signaling is a put down, that just shows that you are shallow, that you lack clarity. You lack the most elementary levels of clarity. You just pick up right-wing discourse and repeat it back in a mindless fashion. Virtue signaling is virtuous, and there is no strong argument against that. Like, why is there virtue signaling? Why do all people engage in virtue signaling? Why do animals engage in virtue signaling? Right? Gazelles signal their fitness by starting. They jump up and down on the spot in front of predators. Peacocks signal their fitness with their spectacular tails. What are the most effective signals? Signals that are hard to fake. Right? I wear a yarmulke. If I wasn't part of an Orthodox Jewish community, all right, it would be not so meaningful. So if a signal is cheap, right, and wearing a yarmulke every day is not a cheap signal, you will attract opprobrium. People will have all sorts of expectations of you. You will have considerably diminished freedom in what you can say and do. So cheap signals are cheap. Right? People will co-opt them, and they will rapidly lose their value. Starting is not something you can fake. It is costly. It requires a tremendous amount of strength and energy. So the gazelle who can afford to waste energy starting is probably not worth chasing. The peacock's tail, very expensive signal. Right? The more spectacular the peacock's tail, the more resources have been devoted to it, and the better the health of the bird. A good signal of being a trustworthy person is going to be hard to fake. So, when it comes to people, hard to fake signals take many forms. but the most effective ones are costly, like the peacock's tail. Right? Costly signaling is at the root of difficult, demanding, costly religious practices. Regular attendance at religious services is costly. It requires foregoing more immediately rewarding activities. Tithing is costly. Religious rituals often require privation. Fasting is a common signal of religious commitment, such as during Lent, Ramadan, and Yom Kippur. Right? Taking vows of celibacy, poverty, entering small cells for life. Right? These are costly. Right? You think it's easy for me when I became a regular live streamer and simultaneously took on public vows of chastity, humility, and poverty? Right? You don't think that was costly? I mean, are the women just constantly throwing themselves at me? And I say, no, I have taken a vow of chastity, poverty, and humility. Right? Crossing a bridge is not costly for the person who knows that the bridge is safe, but it's a reliable signal, right, that you believe the bridge is safe. Now, we cannot easily rely on other people's moral record, as conveyed by gossip, to identify those we can trust. We live in societies too large for reputation tracking to be reliable. Gossip may not reach us. People often move freely from community to community. How can you tell whether or not you should trust a stranger? Right? We need formal systems of regulation, but their effective development and enforcement depends on high levels of social trust and cohesion to avoid corruption. So what we tend to rely on are costly, incredible, enhanced signals. They fill the gap between reputation tracking and formal regulation. Religious observance requires hard-to-fake signals of trustworthiness. And that's why co-religionists will often seek one another out as business partners. Right? Quakers played a huge role in the early years of British industry. Trust is not limited to co-religionists. Right? Both religious and secular people have more trust in religious people, regardless of their religion, than in atheists. So, what are credibly enhancing displays? What are costly signals of religious commitment? These are moral signals, right? Particularly those who belong to high God's religion, right? With their moralized God. If your religion posits a moralized God, right, these religions have a near monopoly on the religious today. So a completely secular definition of religion is interactions with a supernatural being or beings. So wokeism is not a religion. Right? If you are not interacting with supernatural beings, you are not religious, and a system of thought that is not based on interactions with supernatural beings is not a religion. So what is a religion, what is not a religion is pretty damn clear. We are all constantly signaling our virtue. Displays of religiosity are a common way that people signal their virtue, especially in highly religious societies like the United States. Now, what happens as societies become secular? These religious signals no longer have the same power. So now we have secular virtue signaling. All right, the religious join in public worship. They sing, they tithe, they witness to their faith. And it's a way of making a costly signal that you are a good person. And it's a way of creating a boundary between your group and other groups. Right? Strong emotions are hard to fake. When you see fervent religious devotion, that's very hard to fake. When you see outrage, moral condemnation, that is hard to fake. Right? Think of people engaged in self-flagellation or voluntary crucifixion at Easter. Think about Shia Muslims engaging in self-flagellation. Think about the degradation of the self that many Catholics engage in. Right? Believers will typically compete to show how devout they are. Why? Because there are good empirical, biological, evolutionary, social, cultural reasons for why that is useful and adaptive. Right? Religious people will compete for rational reasons to show how devout they are. Good signals are hard to fake because they are costly. They are self-validating. They are often involuntary. The peacock's tail is costly. Right? Crossing a bridge to signal one's belief that the bridge is safe is self-validating. Right? Facial and bodily expressions of emotion are involuntary. They are hard to fake. Blushing and flushing are classic examples of typically involuntary and therefore hard to fake expressions of emotion. So signaling shows your commitment to certain moral norms. And the idea that virtue signaling represents a perversion of morality is on shaky ground. Virtue signaling is not merely a central function of public moral discourse. Right? Everyone should be virtue signaling. Now, what's important is, where do you choose to signal your virtue? So when you virtue signal, you show that you are part of a group of people who cooperate and abide by a publicly proclaimed moral code. And this is an adaptive aim. You're doing it. You should do it. It's the right thing. Rejoice in it. And give up on this moronic critique that virtue signaling is stupid. Virtue signaling is virtuous. You do it all the time. And if you don't see that you're constantly virtue signaling, you're blind. And you're very lucky you're here, because I'm going to educate you.
This is very striking. Like one way to quantify this, even if we say the rate of progress in broad fields is the same as it was 100 years ago, not that it's slow, but even if we say it's the same, if you think of PhDs, there are probably 100 times as many PhDs today as there were in, say, 1924. And so it's the same rate of progress, and the average PhD is 99% less productive than people were 100 years ago. And that doesn't seem like a very healthy scientific ecosystem. So there's some sense that, that maybe it's slowed.
So much there.
Yeah, so much there. I realized I gave him too much credit because he did raise that objection, but he immediately dismisses it. Basically,
I missed that as well.
Yeah, I mean, some would say this, but actually, we're just not trying hard enough. That's the simple reason. And by the way, Chris, we'll return to this, I think, but here he mentions, I think, one of the first contradictions that he sort of wraps himself up in, which is, like, as a libertarian, he feels that one of the explanations for this lack of scientific development is, like too much regulation, too many constraints on scientists by government and stuff. But as we'll hear, he thinks that it is, a big existential risk that these crazy mad scientists are running amok and dabbling with powers they don't comprehend. And later on, he talks about the need for more control to try to prevent Armageddon, but then I think he dismisses that. Anyway, it's all very complicated. I'm running ahead of myself.
No, but well, he's talking about, the need to loosen up regulation on drugs. Presumably that would include vaccines. But Teal is very much in the set that views, COVID vaccines as being potentially dangerous and rushed too quickly and all that kind of thing. So his worldview is like inherently self-contradictory. And he is talking about, in the 1920s, we had less PhDs. And he throws out, he did the thing, Matt, about referencing overdetermined. Again, I heard that, this is overdetermined. And then he says, an average PhD now is 99% less productive than in the 1920s. Like, what? I would really love to see how that is quantified. And I think the way he's doing the equation is like, if you have 1,000% less PhDs in a population, that would mean like that the rate of progress should be, applying like that. We should be making 1,000 times more discoveries than we did in the 1920s. But like, just think about it, right? Like, because if you think of the progress from 1920 to 1950, right, there was significant development in those 30 years, rocket technology and various other things developed, right, with the help of some world wars, right? But if you think of the progress from 1990 to now, 2025. That's just 35 years, right? So we've had the internet, we've had mRNA vaccines, we've had AIs in just the past couple of years, we have CRISPR, we have, all these new technologies that are developing. We have iPhones, right? We have the internet now in the palm of our hand, the high-speed internet. We have, satellites, reusable rockets like, the Elon Musk thing.
There's self-driving cars running around San Francisco.
Yeah, so that progress, he's like, it's completely slowed down. There's nothing happening. And you're like, what the F are you talking about? Like, compare the technology from 1920 to 1960 even, and you see a significant speeding up of technological progress.
And the other contradiction is that this progress that occurred, whether it was splitting the atom in the 40s or self-driving cars now, that happened via specialists working in their tiny little silos. It didn't happen from people talking about theology and redemption. And like, obviously it wouldn't ever happen from people approaching it like that. So yeah, look, I think another way to illustrate why it's just a very childish view of how scientific progress works is you can take a specific thing that we're looking to improve, and lifespan's a good one, right? So there were very large increases in life expectancy in many parts of the world from, say, the 1800s, say 1850 to 1950, right? Great big jump. Go another 100 years or almost 100 years forward to today, and the increase has been less, right? Yeah. Even though we've optimized a hell of a lot of things. Right, we've got a whole internet of health optimizers doing their level best to make us more healthy.
Microplastics.
Yeah, but the sheer fact is it gets more difficult. Hopefully everyone can see that, right? To increase the average life expectancy from, say, 50 years to 75 years is a lot easier than going from 75 to 125, right? How those two are the same, doesn't matter. The point stands. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, I return to the take that he is expressing fundamentally very childish.
Oh, well, I might have an illustration of that. So immediately after this, he is talking about, maybe it would have been better, maybe there are advantages to going slow. So listen to this.
And maybe going very slow was better than, racing towards Armageddon. And so we are, I was born in 1967. I always often express frustration that, I'm stuck in these office buildings or houses that are decades old. There are all these parts of our society that feel lame, slow changing, low energy, low testosterone. Nothing is going on. And then, I do wonder if we were in a Jetsons type world, we might.
So I will surrender to the demands of the audience. I hear you saying, 40, read to me more from this fascinating Neil Levy paper, Virtue Signaling is Virtuous. I want to know more on this topic. So have no fear. Right. Let's define virtue signaling. Right. It is moral grandstanding as making a contribution to moral discourse that aims to convince others that one is morally respectable. So public moral discourse is justified by improving the audience's moral beliefs and the world. The virtue signaler is perhaps unduly concerned with himself rather than the issues that he purports to discuss. So the virtue signaler may aim to convince others and produce a better world, but one of her primary motivations is recognition. So she signals her supposed moral insight and her superior values, and thereby turns moral discourse into a vanity project. So what is wrong with turning moral discourse into a vanity project? Because it might become hypocrisy, right? The virtue signaler claims to be concerned with and indeed outraged by injustice, but is instead motivated by the desire to let others know how morally advanced he is. So this will be a motivation that he commits to condemning, in that he calls on us to place some injustice at the center of our concerns. So the virtue signaler claims to be concerned about others and about justice, but is really primarily concerned about himself and our perceptions of him. And this seems like self-aggrandizement and narcissism, and seems to be worthy of condemnation. So in this description, virtue signaling is vice. And here are 6 arguments against virtue signaling, right, based on effects. Right, 1, piling on. Right, the serial reiteration of condemnation already made by earlier commentators occurs as each person grasps the opportunity to signal that they too belong to the virtuous side. Second problem, ramping up. Rather than being recognized as merely on the right side, many of the virtue signalers may attempt to outdo earlier signals by condemning more harshly, thereby become more recognized as more morally serious and perceptive than others. Another problem, trumping up. Right? You get to signal that you are more morally serious and perceptive by detecting a moral problem that others cannot. So this may lead to virtue signalers claiming to see a moral problem where there is none. Fourth problem with virtue signaling, excessive outrage. So the virtue signaler may attempt to demonstrate their moral seriousness by displaying a degree of anger way out of proportion to any actual offense. And then 5, claims of self-evidence. 6, moral perceptiveness may be signaled by making an implicit analogy to sensory perceptiveness. One can just see that and how wrong an action or assertion is, thereby implying that those who lack this capacity are morally deficient. So these are the downsides of virtue signaling. Right? It induces moral cynicism because those who engage in it are not sincere in claiming to call attention to injustice. This causes a devaluation of the social currency of moral talk. Ramping up, trumping up, excessive outrage devalue moral discourse. So moral condemnation becomes cheap, and moral language loses its force. And what should have been respectful debate that aims to uncover and explain moral challenges tends to have effects on people's behavior and beliefs that are not mediated by reason. And as people ramp up and people pile on, you get more group polarization, with members of the group shifting towards more extreme viewpoints to show how virtuous they are. And virtue signaling does have these negative effects. Right? It's easy to think of instances of individuals who claim to detect racism and ableism in the most innocuous actions. Piling on does occur. Has the effect of alienating people whose offense is trivial. Claims of self-evidence, lived experience often shut down genuine debate. But every practice has its pathologies. To assess whether a practice should be condemned as a whole, we need to identify any benefits it may have. We need to measure the relative weight of its costs and benefits. And we need to assess whether these benefits can be procured by some other less costly route. So moral discourse has many functions. You can change minds about the moral properties of the world and therefore change the world itself. This is important. The rational deliberation is an appropriate response to evidence. Now, first order evidence bears directly on the truth of a proposition, but higher order evidence is evidence about the reliability of the processes that generate belief. Right? That the consulting physician has not slept for 40 hours is higher order evidence that her judgment that the patient is suffering from a rare disease is less reliable than her better slept colleague's dissenting judgment. So higher audience evidence is genuine evidence. Virtue signaling provides higher order evidence, and it may play an important and rational role in deliberation. Right. Virtue signaling conveys confidence and the number of people who share a judgment. Most of what we know because of testimony. Right. There are many different features of testimony. Its prior plausibility, how well placed the person is to know what they say, what is the evidence that they might have ulterior motives, how much confidence are the assertions made. So when you have a number of people who offer testimony that provides higher order evidence for or against an assertion, the easiest way to see how numbers make this difference is through consideration of the epistemic significance of disagreement. Under a broad variety of conditions, disagreement with one epistemic peer constitutes strong pressure to conciliate and reduce the confidence of our beliefs. So what if there's an increase in the numbers? Right, this makes an epistemic difference. The larger the number of people who disagree with me, the harder it is to dismiss them from your peer group by citing your own better track record, your own better intelligence, your own lack of bias, by citing your own personal information. Right? My knowledge is from the inside. I am sincere and attentive. So when I saw the rise of Donald Trump in 2015, I remember a friend who was connected to Fox News says, look, I possess knowledge that you do not have, and therefore I know there's no way that Donald Trump is going to get the Republican nomination. Right? The harder it is to dismiss people, the more you have a number of friends, family, connected people to you disagreeing with you. Right? Sheer numbers makes a direct difference to the significance of disagreement. Now, you can argue that virtue signaling is epistemically objectionable. Yes, it can change minds, but the mechanism whereby belief change occurs through signaling is irrational. Therefore, it's unlikely to produce justified beliefs. So rational deliberation should occur via the presentation of argument and evidence and appropriate responses to such evidence. But virtue signaling produces belief changes through social comparison, and social comparison is not truth sensitive, and it leads to group polarization. But it is far from obvious that group polarization is irrational or that it arises from social comparison. There is no a priori reason to think that the truth is more likely to lie in the middle of a group of deliberators prior to their sharing their opinions, rather than at the extremes. Okay, you're saying 40, shut up, play more Decoding the Gurus.
I might even be sitting here to talk about it. It might have self-destructed by that.
Right.
If you had a JFK as president on amphetamines, going mano a mano with Khrushchev, I mean, it worked. In 1962, would it have worked every time?
Low testosterone. What's our problem, Chris? So, but it's very confusing, as you said. What is the problem and what is the solution? On one hand, he's saying that we're in a rut, nothing's happening, we don't think big anymore, we're not
building enough new buildings.
Enough, that's right. Everything's really boring and low T. But at the same time, he's concerned about this racing toward Armageddon and, Khrushchev and people like, hard real men doing ambitious things. If we took that approach, then we might blow ourselves up in a nuclear war or something. So, what's his concern and what's his solution? I'm not sure.
Well, he seems to think the Jetsons world. Like, he really wants the Jetsons world. Like, he was promised robot maids, flying cars, and, Astro the dog, and that didn't show up, and that's been disappointing. He has to look at boring old buildings and walk upstairs, right? But he's also part of that movement, Matt, of, fetishizing the past. Like, he's talking about biblical prophecies, and later he's going to talk about going to churches, famously buildings, which are rebuilt, every 20 or 30 years to improve with modern technology. Like, it's internally inconsistent, his ideology, because here he kind of saying, we need to be like doing away with the past, advancing things, like coming into a Jetson-style future, maybe with like high tea, men will be men, braggadocious people, but it could be dangerous, but the risks might be worth the rewards. But at the same time, we need to return to Christian values. We need to remember the insights from the Bible and the traditions that have been missed from these Victorian era. So, like, does he want a techno utopia that is like breaking with the shackles of the past, or does he want to return to traditional Christian informed social values and like a technological approach which is informed by biblical prophecies and this kind of thing? Like, it is internally inconsistent because fundamentally he is a teenage boy who wants to live in the Jetsons' future. That's the extent. He knows philosophers, he knows big words, and he's read books, but he's like, I think it's because it is this immature desire for, I was promised the Jetsons and I've got the actual 2025 and it's not like the Jetsons, so what's gone wrong?
Yeah. So it is quite confused, and we'll hear more contradictions and confusions. But so far, I think Curtis Yarvin is an excellent comparison here. Someone who also knows big words but is very inarticulate as well, and doesn't seem to be very good at connecting his different thoughts together. But let's hear more from Peter Thiel. Maybe we're being unfair.
Yes, well, there was reference, Matt, we talked about there about, regulations and how they're hamstringing science, right? The progress of science. There was some discussion of Mr. Fauci. He's a figure that shows up, and also the origins of COVID. So I think this is worth mentioning just to show, the kind of like level of scientific knowledge that we're dealing with here. So here's him talking about, people being worried about the wrong things, and then we'll get to Fauci.
There's a way in which the people who are worried about these existential risks, and you can also criticize them. You can criticize them for being Luddites and et cetera, but you can also criticize them for not being apocalyptic enough, because most of the time they're just focused on one. It's like the nuclear weapons people are still just talking about nukes, and Greta is, it's just the climate. She's not worried about AI, and she's not worried about nukes, and much less the COVID virus that was bioengineered in the Wuhan lab or something like this. And then I've often thought you should get all these people who are worried about existential risk in a room, and they have to fight it out and decide which ones really matter and how to prioritize them. And in some sense, the scary answer is there's some truth to all of them.
Yeah. So of course, he's a big believer in the Wuhan virus leak and the culpability of Fauci, irresponsible Fauci, playing God.
Bioengineered,
dangerous. Yeah, research. But before he's saying that there's too much regulation, researchers aren't taking enough risks, except for Fauci, who was taking too many risks, flirting with this dangerous new mRNA technology. So what else was he saying there, Chris?
Well, he said, so he referenced the people are worried about individual risks, but they're not looking at it, holistically, like the way he is, and putting them all together. All of them are risks, right? So Greta is just about climate change. Other people are just worried about nukes. He's worried about everything and things that other people haven't noticed. And he makes a reference that the fact that COVID was bioengineered in the Wuhan lab, like that's absolutely established fact, right? That is pure science now, Matt. It's been established. And if you think that he isn't making that particular argument, there is a bit where he decides to steelman what Fauci did during the pandemic. So let's hear his steelman approach to that.
I'll give one example, and you can think about this what you will, but a lot of my conservative friends are very critical of Fauci and all the lockdowns and the masks and the social distancing and the vaccine that didn't really work. And on the surface level, these critiques are, I think, quite legitimate. It was not the correct protocol for some kind of flu. It was, however, roughly the right protocol if you thought it was a bioweapon. And you know, if you think it's a very dangerous, humanly engineered bioweapon, those are roughly all the kinds of things that you might do. And so the kind of critique I have of Fauci is that, yeah, that's what he was scared of, I think. That's why I'd steelman him, give him the benefit of the doubt. And then the real critique is that, you know, you weren't supposed to infantilize our population and not talk about it. And that's what he was scared about. And he was so scared about it, he couldn't even talk about it. And there probably are a lot of things like this where, yeah, there is this pretty inchoate fear, but we're so scared we can't even talk about it cogently.
This is confusing. Chris, help me out.
I can explain. So he's saying, his conservative friends are saying, you know, the masks didn't work, the lockdowns were useless, and it was all for, like, you know, a mild illness that didn't really do anything. He says that's all true. That's all pretty right. And also the vaccines don't really work. That's all. Granted, Matt. Granted, that is true. But what his conservative friends don't understand is what Fauci is doing doesn't make sense if the coronavirus is what it appeared to be. But if you knew it was a bioweapon and you were afraid, those measures make sense. So what Fauci was doing, if we steelman it, is that he was doing the correct protocol for a bioweapon. And that's why he was introducing all this draconian stuff. And he was scared, but he couldn't tell the people about the actual reason. So that's the steelman version of like what she did.
So Fauci was instrumental in creating this bioweapon, or this accelerated, irresponsible mRNA.
I mean, he does think that, but he doesn't say this here. Yes,
right,
like,
right.
He does think that, but like...
I can know, but he did say before that Fauci is culpable for funding the dangerous research. And so I think he's saying that Fauci then suspected that actually what was going on here was a bioweapon, that he had a hand in creating.
Okay, let's go to the chat. Chat says, look, do a poll. What percentage of your audience can take these Decoding the Guru nerds? And what percentage of your audience has a brain? So we now have a peer-reviewed poll result. 98.7% of my audience dislikes Decoding the Gurus. And 97.9% of my audience has a brain. So I understand that I have not been as sensitive to your needs as I should have been. And I understand that a hostile, antisocial part of me right now wants to say, screw you, I don't care if you like Decoding the Gurus or not. You're going to take it. You're going to take it good and hard. You're going to take it long. You're going to take it hard. You're going to take it longer and harder for as long as I want to give it to you. But I'm not proud of that part of myself. So I want to understand my audience. I want to hear the feedback from my audience. And I want to say and produce and deliver what I think is important, even if my audience does not like it. And so, this is good for you.
Rating, right? Because he funded the research?
I don't think that matters to it. It's more that Fauci's knowledge of like what was actually going on and where the real origins of COVID were enabled him to perceive the danger. And that's why he engaged in these things that ultimately were unnecessary, but that are coherent if you see through the 9-dimensional chess game that's being played. Now, the problem here is, I hope, well, one, that's absolute bollocks, right? Like there's no evidence for this. Like, so that's Teal's version of a steelman of Fauci's position, right? That's his best effort to steelman what Fauci was doing. I can do a bit better than Teal. What Fauci and other public health experts were doing when they were advocating masks and lockdowns and this kind of thing is they were engaging in public health measures to try and reduce the spread of a pandemic virus that killed over 7 million people. And vaccines were developed quickly that proved to be effective in helping to treat and control the virus. And over time, things were left. Now, some statements at various times were made that were stronger than they should have been. Various regulations by public health were not properly too strongly enforced, or were not enforced consistently. All that is true. But the steelman version is that is actually what happened. there actually was a virus. There was a global pandemic. It was a dangerous virus. And governments around the world, not just Fauci, were responding in the way that you would to an infectious virus by trying to limit people getting together in groups and overwhelming their medical services, like what happened early in the pandemic in several countries, right? So Thiel cannot even imagine that very basic thing. Like, he cannot use the theory of mind to imagine, like, he could even present that as an alternative and say, no, there's reasons that I don't think that's the case, but that's the Steelman version of it. But his Steelman is a fantasy. It's a fantasy where, like, Fauci is dealing with a secret conspiracy and he's actually a good guy, but he wasn't honest with us.
I hear you. Yeah. I think the point is that he's just extremely conspiratorial in his thinking. Like, he can't
but
even...
also non-scientific. Like, he said the vaccines didn't work, that the virus was just like a flu. You know, no, it was not. And the numbers reflect this. Like, there's a reason that Italy isn't shut down every single year because of flu pandemics, right? Or flu outbreaks, right? There's a reason that this was different. But people died, Matt, right? People died. Their deaths are recorded. They know people.
Right. We have used social distancing for as far back in human civilization as we can go, right? Social distancing is a tactic for public health crises that is recommended or commanded by God in the Torah, in the Pentateuch. Now, let me give the audience what it wants. You want to hear more from Neil Levy. He's got 2 PhDs, guys. One is in philosophy. So moral discourse does not just have a single function, right? It has many functions. It solves coordination problems. That is probably the single most important evolutionary function of moral discourse. This is the primary reason we display, put forward, make moral judgments publicly, right? We are a highly social species. We heavily depend for survival on our ability to share information and to coordinate behavior. Just think about the smooth running of highways and freeways and Santa Monica Boulevard, 3 lanes going in both directions. All right, we depend on the human ability to share information and to coordinate behavior. We are all vulnerable of being exploited by free riders. Right? People who tell you, yes, I'm using a condom, and then they bloody stealth you and they remove the condom. Like, you consented to condom sex, and then they slip off the condom and they raw dog you. Or you consent to a particular interaction as long as it is done softly and gently, and then they start doing it hard and deep and fast. Right? We have all got defenses against free riding. Right? Gossip. This is an effective means of social control. What happens when gossip is not enough? We use harsher responses. We humiliate people who are free riders. We ostracize people. We put people in prison. Now, gossip helps with coordination problems. Gossip is absolutely essential for the functioning of the individual and the community. Right? When I bring your attention to Don Willis's bad behavior, right? I help you to have more clear moral beliefs about Don Willis and his behavior. And I help you to gain clarity about Don's bad behavior. And I help you gain clarity about what is unacceptable. So I set the stage for improving our society, and I help coordinate our community to place pressure on Don Willis. Now, societies become more complex, and we have more and more functions for moral discourse. And as our societies become more complex, moral signaling is important on an increasing intensity level. Right? Now, while calling out bad behavior and escalating to harsher responses, right, that was sufficient to stabilize cooperative norms when we lived just among small bands of people in the Paleolithic era. But in large groups, in environments where individuals may easily move between groups. Right? These responses are no longer sufficient. Right? We may refuse to engage in cooperative enterprises with Don Willis, but our gossiping may not reach the ears of other people. Right? Don Willis may be able to free ride. He may be after stealth and raw dog you without your consent. Right? We know that Don Willis will interact with a sufficient number of naive agents to ensure that his stealthing and raw dogging and bad behavior will not be punished effectively. So the more complex our society, the harder it is to rely on reputation tracking to stabilize cooperation. So one way to respond to these problems is by signaling that we are trustworthy. You want hard to fake signals. So you want signals that enhance credibility and that are costly. We need to know that people are publicly using a costly signal to show that they abide by certain publicly proclaimed norms. Now, how do we signal our virtue? In a religious society, we display our religiosity.
That died. And yet they act as if that didn't happen. And the vaccines were actually, you know, the danger. But it's been, if you know science, if you know statistics, if you know public health information, you know that is untrue. So Peter Thiel lives in a conspiratorial anti-science world.
Indeed. When I was in New York, I hung out with Jonathan Howard, previous guest and friend of the podcast. We went down and visited his hospital where he works, where he volunteered to help out as a frontline responder during the very first time they hit New York City, and things were very bad. And he was pointing out the spots where there were trucks where they were loading dead bodies. And I think that kind of thing is easy to forget when people focus on the inconvenience and the hassles and did they get something wrong about masks or whatever. There was a lot of legitimate panic, but it was a very dire situation that needed a strong response. But yeah, like you said, the reality of what actually happened doesn't actually penetrate the way they think about it.
No, but they're constantly backpatting themselves for their level of knowledge and insight. That's the thing. So like when you hear things like this, you have to place the rest of the stuff that maybe you don't know that Teal is referencing into that context, right? Like maybe he is making accurate claims, maybe he's presenting something accurately, or maybe he's bullshitting with extreme confidence, like Curtis Jarvin. So that's just like an illustration that I definitely know that what he's describing is wrong, but he's confidently, and he's even doing a show of, I'm being especially generous here. Like I'm game planning out, a way that Fauci is innocent in a certain sense. That's his best effort, and it's fucking shit. It's shit. So, but after that depressing cul-de-sac, why don't we have another little interlude with sense-making from Peter Robinson? Here's a sense-making turn.
A term that you use. We'll put all the pieces of this together, although that may happen in the second part of our conversation, and that is the catechon. The term comes from the Greek for he or that which restrains. We'll come in a moment to your analysis of the catechon through history, but first, again, the concept itself. St. Paul, in his letter to the Thessalonians, chapter 2, verses 6 to 7, and now you know what is restraining, again in Greek, catechon, and now you know what is restraining, that he may be revealed in his own time.
Look, we all love 2 Colossians, all right? Who can ever forget the excitement and the thrills that came with our first opening up the spectacular 2 Colossians book? All right, back to philosopher Neil Levy. What are the motivations for virtue signaling? Now, the critique is that virtue signaling devalues moral discourse because it leads to cynicism. And virtue signaling is hypocritical, right? People can signal dishonestly, right? So what about the claim that there is a mismatch between the content of the signal and its function that warrants an accusation of hypocrisy? Right? Well, all morality contains hypocrisy. Evolution can only reward selfish behavior. Right? Behavior that benefits other agents will be selected against. So the pieties we mouth must be hypocritical. If we engage in behavior that seems altruistic, if we aid relatives and non-relatives alike, we are motivated to do so only because such behavior increases inclusive fitness, right? Scratch an altruist and watch a hypocrite bleed. That's one critique. Now, once we distinguish between the proximate and the ultimate explanation for altruistic behavior, the accusation of hypocrisy loses its sting. It may be true that we are motivated to engage in altruistic acts because such actions are in our genetic interest, but this ultimate explanation does not even make plausible the claim that we are motivated to engage in altruistic acts to increase the proportion of our genes represented in the next generation. Right, the proximate mechanism is our genuine concern for others' well-being. Right, the evolutionary explanation of sexual desire is obvious, but the content of desire is not to replicate our genes. We are motivated to engage in sex when there is no chance of procreation. So the proximate mechanism of sex is disassociated from the ultimate evolutionary explanation. Similarly, the person who wears religious garb, who tithes, who attends religious services, may do so to signal his commitment to certain norms, but there is no reason to believe that this ultimate explanation figures in their proximate motivations. Right? There are good reasons to doubt that this signaling function is one that agents are usually aware of, because genuine commitment gives rise to a more reliable signal than merely instrumental commitments. We have good reason to think that those who profess religious belief who engage in religious behavior, particularly if it's costly, do so because they are sincere and they take the behavior to be a good thing. Right? We should expect that even if a major part of the explanation of why people engage in public moral discourse is to signal virtue, in general, people do not engage in public moral discourse to send these signals. People express moral outrage to signal virtue, yes, but the outrage that they express is usually real. Now, what about those who signal virtue and do not possess it? Right? So this is often warranted. And you see this in biological evolution. You have systems of signals evolve, and they provide opportunities to organisms to mimic them. Consider the well-known example of aposematism, right? The use of signals to indicate that an organism is dangerous to others. Right? Some animals and some plants that are toxic to predators signal their toxicity through the use of colors that potential predators or grazers recognize as signals of toxicity. And the more vulgar version of this is to say that nature is color-coded for our benefit. And that can be horribly, horribly, terribly, badly, awfully misused to be racist. Please do not be racist. All right, so this signal of toxicity provides an opportunity for organisms that are not toxic. Right? If they can mimic this signal, they can lower the risk they will be victims of predatory behavior. So if virtue signaling has benefits, it should not be surprising that this kind of mimicry has developed and that many virtue signalers may be deceptive. Right? Think about evolutionary biology. Think about game theory. Virtue signaling, however, is unlikely to be dishonest in the main in the offline environment because the costs of false positives in this domain are high. And let's say you are not a citizen of the United States and you go cast a vote. The price for that may well be a felony conviction, and the upside is you just add one vote to a candidate's total. So huge downside for the person who deliberately commits voter fraud. Tiny, tiny upside. The virtue signaling is a solution to the coordination problem where the stakes are high and cooperating with a defector risk exploitation. So for virtue signaling to be effective, false positives must be relatively uncommon. Right? We need virtue signals to be useful, and to be useful they need to be honest. If the proportion of mimics ever surpasses a certain threshold, it will vary from case to case depending on the costs and benefits of the signal will not be reliable enough to play its function and it will tend to fall into disuse. So that virtue signaling remains widespread is some evidence that mimicry remains at a low frequency. Now, online, on social media, right, the conditions are quite different from those under which our disposition to virtue signal developed by cultural evolution. Right, we are disposed to signal virtue because such signals were adaptive in the large-scale societies that succeeded the small bands of the Paleolithic era, where reputation tracking was sufficient to ensure cooperation. All right, you live all your life in a small town, and people will rely much more on reputation tracking rather than virtue signaling. But these small bands, right, have been succeeded by our modern societies, and we now live in a post-industrial world. Social media lowers the cost of virtue signaling and has opened the way to mimicry. But this worry cuts both ways. If it is true that we can expect a lag between changes in incentives and changes in our disposition to respond to signals, we should also expect a lag between changes in incentives and changes in our disposition to emit signals. Okay, Don Willis, don't abuse the chat with these huge posts. So people feel genuine outrage. Most of the time, they express genuine outrage. Right? People feel genuine outrage in response to cues that are reliably associated with defection from moral norms. All right, the deceptive signaling of moral outrage is relatively uncommon. Now, the speed with which any new opportunity for deceptive signaling can be exploited will depend on how difficult it is to mimic the relative signals. So, social media makes virtue signals easier to fake because it is harder to observe the involuntary accompaniment of genuine emotion, and because it is harder to monitor behavior across time and in different contexts online. But since the point of virtue signaling is to establish one's reputation, and that requires a stable name across time and the use of a real name, right? You're trying to build a good reputation for yourself. Deceptive signals are difficult to fake. Right? Stability of name raises the cost of online hypocrisy. Use of real name raises the cost of hypocrisy across the board, especially when you are interacting in real life with many of the people you interact with on social media. So virtue signals are hard to fake, and there's little reason to believe that a significant proportion of virtue signals are deceptive even on social media. All right, those who engage in virtue signaling genuinely feel the emotion that they express. These feelings are evidence of the relevant virtues. Both virtue signalers will generally take themselves to be honest, and they have some rational basis for this judgment. So the charge that someone is engaged in virtue signaling is usually experienced as a serious charge. It's an accusation that stings. Now, it should sting much less. Virtue signaling is not irrational. It is not irrational. It provides high-order evidence. It is an input into rational deliberation. It is not a perversion of the central function of moral discourse. It is a central function of public moral discourse. It has an important role to play in enabling cooperation. Virtue signalers are not, in the main, hypocritical in their motivations, and they are generally not dishonest in the signals that they send. The two functions of virtue signaling, right, to provide higher order evidence and the solution to the coordination problem, are not wholly independent. So if virtue signaling is to provide higher order evidence, it must be honest. The outrage expressed must bear some reliable relation to the person's assessment of the moral wrong. Piling on must occur in a way that reflects people's real judgments. It is only if virtue signaling is on the whole honest that the higher order evidence is reliable. So we can go ahead and signal in good conscience.
For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who restrains, the catechon, he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way.
close quote. Now, that's a very enigmatic passage. The church has never defined the term. The church fathers, the early writers and thinkers in the church, wrote about it, but tended to add that their views were speculative. So we don't have any thoroughly worked out theology of the catacomb, but we do have, 2,000 years ago in St. Paul, a notion of some force holding back chaos, holding back evil, holding back some force that's restraining.
So here we have some biblical theology, a fine reading about some quote about catacomb and something restraining, whatever, disorder, chaos, cataclysm. And now Peter Thiel, interpret this for us.
2,000 years later.
2,000 years lalater. It's impressive that they managed to do it so seriously. The other thing it reminds me of is that Christian guy who had those very serious discussions with, what's his name?
Jonathan Pajot?
No, think further back in time. The Circle Squared guy. James Lindsay, and what was the name of the Christian guy he was talking to?
Oh, Michael O'Fallon.
Michael O'Fallon, thank you. He also had, as an interviewer, had the ability to ask some incredibly stupid questions, but with that tone of weighty tone of very lofty, academic, well-informed. This is an extremely nuanced thing we're investigating. But what he's asking Peter Thiel to do, inviting Teal to do, is interpret a 2,000-year-old random biblical passage and just look into those tea leaves and tell me what it means for us today.
This is Sensemaker catnip, right? There's some ambiguity about a specific word, right? People are not sure exactly what the original word is referring to, and biblical scholars haven't.
We don't know what it means. We don't know what it means, but we know that it's incredibly significant. A lot hangs on getting the interpretation of this right.
You've mentioned this word. This is a word. You've discussed it. Let's get more into this word, right? Like maybe we can talk about this word for a while. This is what Sensemakers love to do. The only thing that's missing is catechin sounds a bit like catacomb. And now these are different words. There's a completely different spelling and etymology, but isn't the sound, maybe there's some connection there, this is what they like to do. And just to highlight that, as you said, it's just an invitation to connect it to your mind palace of concepts, like what concerns you. So let's hear Teal's answer about the mysterious concept of the catacomb and what it might be referencing.
Yeah, as you said, it's a rather mysterious concept. You can identify it with the good aspects of the Roman Empire, certain political aspects of the Roman Catholic Church, individuals, institutions that somehow are trying to hold this runaway chaos in check. I don't think it's purely reactionary. You can think of Metternich post-Napoleon as sort of catacontic, but he's also modernizing. It is a thing of history, though, and so there are ways to do it that can be good for a time, but that will not necessarily work for all times. But I would always maybe go back to the apocalyptic specter would be Antichrist or Armageddon, and I think there is a lot in this runaway science technology that's pushing us towards something like Armageddon, and then there is the natural pushback.
My friend, you should feel flattered that I respect you so much, because I follow the dictum from the book of Proverbs: never reprove a fool, for he will hate you, but reprove a wise man, and he will love you. I wonder what else I've got bookmarked on the platform X. Here we go. Let's get some Middle East
Many of you know
analysis.
John Spencer, chair of Urban Warfare Studies, War Institute, author, etc. He posted his analysis on President Trump's proposal for Gaza, and I wanted to share that here because it's really well said, with my thoughts mixed in, of course. He stated that the reality of rebuilding. Public focus is often on the visible destruction, but the true challenge lies beneath the surface. True. Similar to past urban battles, Mosul, Marawi, which was left uninhabitable for years after ISIS destroyed it, of course, Aleppo, Raqqa, Gaza faces an even greater crisis. More than 400 miles of tunnels run under both destroyed and intact structures, many still uncleared and stocked with weapons. The presence of unexploded ordnance, bombs, artillery shells, mortars is significant, as in other war zones, but Gaza also has many buildings rigged with explosives by Hamas. The sheer volume of rubble removal alone presents a massive obstacle. Additionally, critical infrastructure, including water desalination, sewage systems, food production, has been in a state of decay for years due to neglect under Hamas's rule. Rebuilding Gaza is not just about construction, it requires a complete reconstruction of essential services, which I think a lot of people kind of think, oh yeah, you just kind of bulldoze the things out of the way and then you just kind of start building again. No, it's way more complex than that if you just think about it. Now, moving on to international consensus on Hamas. Prior to Trump's remarks, all involved nations, including Arab states, had agreed that Hamas must be removed from political power and its armed groups dismantled to prevent attacks on reconstruction efforts. Now, before I keep reading from Spencer, this is this is probably the most important part of what he said. I want to ensure it gets its fair time and thought. Hamas's attempts to attack reconstruction efforts, especially from the West, is clearly apparent. They've done many of this kind of things before. Not to mention their attempts to take advantage of material and other aspects surrounding the reconstruction efforts for their own benefit. Hamas, who unfortunately shows themselves as normal Palestinian civilians when they're not putting on a fake propaganda show for cameras, of course, they cannot be part of reconstruction and therefore have doomed their own people yet again because of how they use them for their own gain. Of course, the pro-Palestinian side won't mention that because they're not pro-Palestinian, they're just anti-Israel. All people must leave the area for security and safety. Okay, back to Spencer now. The vulnerability of humanitarian aid convoys illustrates the risks any rebuilding operation would face in post-Hamas Gaza. Now, security vacuum. Before Trump's comments, no country had stepped forward to provide the necessary security for external construction companies to operate safely in Gaza. Without much security, rebuilding efforts cannot begin. Also true. Well said, John.
Okay, what else do I have bookmarked? No war is over until the enemy says it's over. We may think it's over, but in fact the enemy gets a vote. That's General James Mattis. War is about breaking the enemy's resolve and forcing them to submit to your desires. Gosh, that sounds like my dating approach. It is essentially a battle of mental strength, where the aim is to make the enemy lose the desire to fight any further, rather than just achieving military dominance on the battlefield.
Many of you
Sean Spencer says Hamas is too dumb to know that their cruelty, their flaunting of how they treated the hostages, their fake parades only emboldens key states to maintain the political will to destroy them, to demilitarize Gaza and remove Hamas as the governing power of Gaza. For peace, Gaza must be destroyed. What happened when Mark Levine talked to Bibi Netanyahu?
And its proxies, much wounded, much diminished, some of them decimated. But the equation hasn't changed. But of course, I won't quote this or that leader. I'll give them their space for deniability.
You know, you mentioned civilian casualties. We've had expert after expert, John Spencer, the man from West Point, who's an expert on these issues, that the Israeli military has done more than any military in the history record keeping to protect civilians of an enemy country or enemy entity. And yet they keep that propaganda going. Hamas does, the New York Times uses it, CNN uses it, they use it all over the world. I mean, that's got to be so frustrating, because I think this helps drive the anti-Semitism, no?
You're absolutely right, and it's a web of lies. For example, they declared me in this kangaroo court called the ICC, they declared me a war criminal, right? And what am I charged with? That we deliberately starved the population of Gaza, right? Which is completely false. I mean, we gave instructions early on, not only to get them out of harm's way, but also to supply humanitarian supplies like food, water, whatever. But here's the thing. We took thousands of Palestinian Hamas prisoners, okay? You know what the first thing you do when you take a prisoner, a Palestinian Hamas prisoner? You want to make sure that he doesn't have an explosive belt on his, suicide belt, okay? So you ask them to take their shirts off. So now we have photos of thousands of these prisoners who have, without their shirt. And you will not find one, not one, emaciated. In fact, you'll find quite a few who are overweight because they eat, because there's no starvation. And also, they don't exercise, You don't get much exercise in the tunnels, right? In these terror tunnels that they built. So this is completely false. It's outrageous. I mean, these charges in the press are outrageous, and when they come from the International Criminal Court, it's outrageous. Not only because they compare Israel, a democratic country which has the highest standards of fighting a just war with just means, and they compare us to this monstrous terrorist organization of Hamas. It's not only because of that. it's outrageous because the charges are false. So you've got this assault coming in from lawfare on the one side, international lawfare, on the other side, international media, American media. It's outrageous. I just met with a group of leading American journalists, and I said, you know, it's your job to get to the facts. You can't buy this nonsense.
Okay, the Prager family has given an update on Dennis Prager. Apparently he has had speech-related issues, but he is able to speak more clearly now some days, but not all days. Still perplexing to me. Why not just tell us what's wrong? Since 2020, 88% of all employment growth has gone to immigrants. A near record share of working-age U.S. men born remain out of the labor force. Illegals account for 60% of the growth in overall immigrant employment. So, Elon Musk has tweeted, this is what the DOGE team and the U.S. Secretary have jointly agreed. Require that all outgoing government payments have a payment categorization code so that it can pass a financial audit. This is usually left blank, which makes audits impossible. All payments must include a rationale for the payment in the comment field, which is currently left blank. We are not yet applying any judgment to this rationale, but simply requiring that some attempt be made to explain the payment. The do not pay list of entities known to be fraudulent, or people who are dead, or who are probably fronts for terrorist organizations, or who do not match congressional appropriations, must be implemented and not ignored. Currently, it can take up to a year to get on this list. That is way too long. The list should be updated at least weekly, if not daily. The above are just super obvious. They're necessary changes being implemented by existing long-time career government employees, not anyone from DOGE. Yesterday, I was told that there are currently over $100 billion a year of entitlement payments to individuals with no social security number, even a temporary ID number. This is suspicious. When I asked if anyone at Treasury had a rough guess for what percentage of that number is unequivocal and obvious fraud, the consensus in the room was about half, or so $50 billion a year, or $1 billion a week. This is insane. This must be addressed immediately. Christopher Rufo says, Elon, your experience with PayPal is handy. Thank you on behalf of every American who wants the fraud to stop. Steve Saylor's publisher, Lomes, says, the meta story this week is that MAGA has completely circumvented legacy media. We select what stories matter, how those stories are shaped and delivered to decision makers. Sentiment created on X flows in a straight, disintermediated line directly to the Trump administration in D.C. This was always the big promise of the internet as a free speech platform where legacy gatekeepers with built-in structural advantages to shape and manipulate the news would lose their power to do so. But it's really only now that this is happening. We saw this with the H-1B Christmas debate as well. An organic negotiation arises online, and rather than outsource its arguments to op-ed writers and experts, just a bunch of people on X whose influence is determined strictly by the rest of the network. This is messy. This is hard for outsiders to pass, but it's perfectly legible to the participants, and it takes on a bunch of discursive elements that are normally left out, such as shitposting. Thereby, it creates a more richly textured and higher res picture for decision makers to act on. X's unique architecture solves many problems of the public square. There's no heckler's veto, since people can just be blocked. Good commentary gets elevated, bad commentary gets ignored. It's organically hierarchical without being exclusionary. The reason that this is only just now working is because legacy media previously served the function of aggregating X sentiment and then reinterpreting and feeding it back to the decision makers. Trump 2.0 has discovered that you can just ignore the legacy media altogether. Not only can you ignore them, ignoring them creates a much higher fidelity signal. But here's a catch. This is only true for MAGA. The left cannot duplicate this direct intermediated information stream. The left is just the intermediaries themselves.
on this is we will avoid Armageddon by having a one world state that has real teeth, real power, and the biblical term for that is the Antichrist. And the Christian intuition I have is, I don't want Antichrist, I don't want Armageddon. I would like to find some narrow path between these two where we can avoid both.
So Autism Capital posts on X. David Sachs says that the DOGE team are so motivated that they're working around the clock late into Friday night, and the White House has had to develop new security protocols to accommodate them because they are not used to people working this late.
And then certainly there are ways that you defer it if you can.
It's interesting that he equates the Antichrist with this one world government scenario that, as a good libertarian and a conspiratorial one at that, he's very afraid of. But I mean, that's not true.
That's 7 leaps down the ladder of logic, right? Or 7 leaps up. I think you can go down or up, I suppose. But like, just the way it's put together, it always amuses me the way they talk about these connecting, the kind of concepts together so confidently. There's so many very, very large leaps in premises that are required to follow him up his, semantic ladder, but they're just like nimbly jumped over. Of course, the only solution to run away. So again, now we're back on technology has gone crazy. We're running headlong. So forget about the stagnation thing. Now technology is on a runaway tree into disaster.
So did you know that Kip did not evolve to be gullible? Right. No matter how many pro-BB segments I release, no matter how many words I use on this show in praise of Bibi Netanyahu, no matter how fervent a Zionist I am, Kip and his opinion of Israel and Bibi are completely unchanged. It doesn't matter because Kip did not evolve to be gullible. Kip says in the chat, Bibi will look better behind bars, safe and sound. Wow, I thought that people are just incredibly vulnerable, that I could use words and stuff to just change people's thinking and make them pro-Israel. Turns out that someone who's anti-Israel, doesn't matter what words, what pictures, what music I use, they're not going to change because people did not evolve to be gullible. Who knew that?
What would stop it? The only solution that is kind of presented that everybody agrees. It's fundamentally this is what we've all agreed is one world government.
One world government, one world government, which is also the Antichrist. So we don't want that. We don't want that.
And Christians don't want an Antichrist. The Christians don't want the Armageddon. I guess I thought you can't prevent the
Well, that's the thing.
Isn't that Jesus coming back?
Again, this is like Curtis, it's a very selective interpretation, isn't it?
You can't tell Jesus not to come back. He's not saying, if you guys don't head off the Antichrist, I'm going to come back. Like, you better stop him or I'm coming back. Like, that's not the way it works, I believe. Like, who knows, right?
Well, that's right. There are, flavors of extreme religious people that want to hasten the final battle between good and evil. And, this is why certain practical Christians tend to support Israel, right? Because they kind of want to see this. Like, so if you're that type of Christian, you're wanting to bring on Armageddon.
So, Mr. Hemingway is an effective warrior on the right. Molly Hemingway, she's got a good post here. One of my least favorite personality traits is completely unwarranted arrogance. Right, this town, Washington, D.C., has it in spades. CBS News' Margaret Brennan could bottle hers and sell it as an extract. So here we go, CBS News, Margaret Brennan. The U.S. government does not fund sex change operations or fund Hamas.
Appropriator, I've asked them to be very clear about, for example, their role funding Hamas in Gaza. They would not comply. They will not tell us what they do. Now that we start to find out some of the programs that AID has been funding, if you think about it, sex change operations in Guatemala, LGBTQ programs in Serbia,
the U.S.
this is
government
ridiculous.
does not
this
fund
is so beyond
sex
the pale.
change operations or fund Hamas. You know that, though. But you sit on...
That is not true, Margaret. I couldn't get the Secretary of State. I asked him 3 times to tell me that we were not funding Hamas through AID. He couldn't do it. And frankly, what we found is that we've been funding as American taxpayers organizations.
Do you have any evidence that the United States government is funding a terrorist group?
Certainly, the funds that have gone to UNRWA. You saw the UNRWA members who were also
UNRWA is not a
Hamas members
terrorist
going
group.
and attack on.
UNRWA is part of the United
UNRWA
Nations.
is supporting terrorist groups. And if you look at what UNRWA has done, it's been so counter to our national interest. It's unbelievable that we would fund it.
Okay.
Appropriator,
Back to Decoding the Gurus.
But Peter Thiel, he's apparently not that kind of Christian theologian. He thinks we want to avoid the Armageddon. And the Bible is not so much a prophecy of what will happen, but rather a warning. Like, watch out. You've got to be careful. You want to avoid Armageddon. So anyway, it's all just said in ways of stupid. Like, it's really not worth trying to understand what he means, I don't think.
Yeah, well, but like in the book of Revelation, the end of days is like, God's judgment, the kingdom of heaven is established and so it's like the end of the world, but the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. But he's kind of like talking about, well, if we go between this middle path, we could just avert Armageddon and the Antichrist. And like, I don't know, it's an heterodox interpretation of biblical prophecy, it feels like. But like we said, the basic premise.
Savannah Hernandez makes a strong argument on X. Pornography needs to be banned on X. If this were a physical town square and two adults were having sex out in the open in front of everybody, we would rightfully put a stop to it. Doesn't make sense not to do the same in our digital town square. It's a good argument.
Just like with Fauci, right? He's aligning over so many other possibilities. What about, just a thought I've had off the top of my head, what if you didn't have a one world government, but you had various agreements between different nation states worked out for, international bodies where people debate and disagree or agreements being made? Or what if you had transnational companies that also were hampered by regulations from different economic institutions or governing bodies or this kind of thing? Like, no, it has to be a one world totalitarian state. That's the only way. That's the only option, right? The premises laid on each other and then clambered up are huge. They lead to like massive leaps, but it's never called by the interview. Peter Robinson is just interested in words, right? And this is a pretty good interpretation of the mysterious word of the catacomb.
Yeah, well, I return to my assessment of it being very childish. I always had a bit of a prejudice against libertarians for having this simplified, childish, absolutist kind of view of the world. And, Peter Thiel exemplifies it, I think, where, yeah, you can have complete freedom, complete, libertarian dream, or one world government. There's one of the two.
I'm going to go on, Matt, to outline this three-path system that he talks about. But before that, as I said, we're taking a sense-making interlude. And during this interview, Peter Robinson realizes that he wronged Peter. And like a good sense-maker, he needs to make amends.
Peter, I have a confession to make. In my mind, when you first started talking about Scylla and Charybdis, this analysis, I wronged you. I thought to myself, this is Peter being Peter. He loves building intellectual models. He has the kind of mind that goes in that direction. Hegel, Weber, Strauss. Reality is of second order. The real importance here is the model, the intellectual model, because you enjoy it for its own sake. And I do think that you do have a mind that looks for structures and frameworks. All right. But here, then I come across this passage from our old friend René. This is René Girard in 2009. The more probable the apocalypse becomes, the less we talk about it. Therefore, we have to awaken our sleeping consciences. And I thought, this is not a game for Peter. This is serious to you. You believe that you see questions that need to be asked that are not being asked. And you are trying to awaken our sleeping consciences. Will you accept that compliment? I'll take that. And you'll accept that confession? All right. So Peter Teal, I'm quoting you now. What I hope to retrieve is a sense of the stakes, of the urgency of the question. The stakes are really, really high. It seems very dangerous that we're at a place where so few people are concerned about the Antichrist. Close quote.
Uh-huh.
Sense makers are they're like a different breed.
They have to be stopped, Chris. They have to be stopped.
It is like a French court, though. Will you, good sir, accept that compliment from me? My confession, if you will, that I dared to doubt you, sir. I thought that you were being too abstract and abstruse, and what a fool I was.
Okay, Andy No is doing the Lord's work.
Inside Antifa's radical plan to destroy democracy. He has a new piece out this weekend. It's called The Case of the Radical Zizian Vegan Trans Cult and the Shooting Death of a Border Patrol Agent. I'll be sure to tweet out a link to it shortly. It's an incredible story, and Andy No joins us right now. Andy, thanks for coming on the program.
My pleasure.
This is a wild story and a really sad one as well. With something like this, though, I don't know where to start but the very, very beginning. Walk us through what has happened.
So I think that if I told people that there's a trans terror cult that's been killing people across America, most people would think that it's a lie, but it's actually happened, and there's a body count of at least 6 known homicides linked to this group.
Inside and
wow, you would think that might receive more news media attention.
Will you accept that compliment?
But I see now that you are motivated by a profound concern for humankind.
Yeah, and your ideas are wonderful. You're a genius, like Freud or Weber or Hegel. Peter Thiel. We spoke in the ages, but not just as a genius, but a pragmatic man. It's so self-important.
And our friend Kip says, I'll never forget how both Facebook and Twitter kicked Donald J. Trump out of the discussion, and nobody seemed to care. I bet even 40 found a way to blame the Don himself for being excluded and dismissed. Yes, Donald Trump played a significant role in his own troubles, including his dismissal from social media. I believe I was pretty clear I did not agree with social media's decision to ban Donald Trump, but he played a big role in his own misfortune. He played a big role in many of the prosecutions and the lawsuits, civil lawsuits against him. He wasn't simply an innocent martyr.
They do it with like these weirdy informations.
Yeah.
This is serious. This is not a joke. It reminds me of Eric Weinstein. You know, I'm serious. This is no laughing matter, right? Like,
I know. And it's just so funny because of the contrast between the pretentiousness and the self-importance with which they take themselves and how they frame it, and just the utterly silly, juvenile ideas that are actually being expressed there. I mean, and it doesn't help. You know, you can cite various people. I went and checked a lot of those citations that they mentioned, and you know, yes, there is some weird philosopher person who was writing stuff down in some dense speculative. René Girard, dense speculative social commentary infused by theology. Doesn't make it any less stupid. So yeah.
Well, but this is one of the issues, and I have other examples of this, is like sense makers, and in particular this guy Peter Robinson tends to be like, if he can find a quote which has said something similar to Peter Thiel, even if Peter Thiel is being inspired by the quote, like if it's somebody that they both know, because it turns out they both know René Girard and read his work in it. So like presenting a quote from Girard and then presenting Thiel saying the same.
What the heck? Man, I remember the glory days 2 hours ago where I had 20 live viewers on YouTube. Do not understand how the number has dropped to 10. How did this happen? It must be anti-Semitism. From a post on X, Democrats say we need 80,000 new IRS agents to audit your $600 Venmo payment. Republicans, there are over $100 billion annually in entitlement payments to people without Social Security numbers. Democrats, auditing is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Thing is Gerard, not that surprising. You took something he said and kind of said it in your own words. What do you think this means? What do you think this means?
Renee's point that the apocalyptic literature correctly read is simply a prediction of what human beings will do to each other suddenly becomes, up until 1945, wait a minute, how could human beings possibly be responsible for the end of the world? And after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the answer is only too obvious. And there's all this sort of, there's liberal theologian writing in 1780. The argument for why you should read apocalyptic literature is because occasionally you get these millenary movements and people go crazy, and it's worth reminding yourselves of the madness of crowds. And then the secondary reason you can read it is for your amusement. And that was sort of the Enlightenment optimism circa 1780. And there were, of course, all these incredibly scary ideas. The Antichrist would kill so many people. He would come with a crematorium to burn the bodies of all the people he killed. And it was just this sort of lurid medieval notions people had. And of course, then after the end of Hitler in 1945, the stuff just wasn't so funny anymore. And then Girard's intuition was that it's almost like when a knowledge becomes too real and too close, it's like some, I don't like psychological repression or something like this, but you want to sort of steer away from it. We can't bear to look at it. We don't want to talk about it quite as much. We need to reassure people. We need to tell people this is not really what it's about. And of course, there were all these strange elements of the mythical that were brought in. It was named after all these terrible gods from ancient Greece. The Saturn, the god who ate his own children, and Zeus throws down thunderbolts, and we have fire raining down with Jupiter rockets from the heavens. So there was this strange return of the mythical in this very
So I've never been audited by the IRS. I don't think I'm someone who makes many positive claims about myself, but I think I have been above average in my diligence towards reporting my income accurately. There was one time when I got a bill from the IRS for an extra like $3,000 or something. So I assumed that would indicate that I had not paid my taxes with complete fidelity, but I have never been audited. Paul Sperry writes on X, the White House has sent email ordering all consumer fraud protection examiners, lawyers, and staff to stop enforcing disparate impact rules, to stop conducting probes, to stop defending these rules in court, which means that auto and home lenders will no longer be forced to give loans or lower rates to uncreditworthy borrowers. Right? The reason we had a global financial crash in 2008 is that the United States government forced banks to lend money to people who are not creditworthy on the basis of their sacred minority identity. Right? That is the reason we had a global financial crash. And what was the problem of Wall Street? What was their role that Wall Street played in the global financial crash? They were suckers, right? They did not sufficiently price into their estimations like how terrible this was, right? The reason we had a global financial crash is entirely because of the United States government forcing diversity, equity, and inclusion on banks and forcing them to create branches and to operate branches and to extend loans to people who were not worthy of loans.
In the equations of the physicists.
When René Girard is the largest single influence on Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel is arguably simply recycling a selected few of his more speculative theological ideas, you can't then cite René Girard as evidence to buttress Peter Thiel's ideas, right?
Yeah, but this is the way they operate. It's kind of like this person said this in kind of lofty sounding, philosophically dense terms, and someone else has said it. Now you go, right? This is how this interview functions. Is I have selected two quotes. One is a Bible quote and one is like from you. And now I would like you to riff on that. And just to provide the contrast, so, you mentioned that this is fundamentally stupid, what they're talking about, or just like very superficial, roller juvenile, the way they're addressing it. So just listen to this.
But if you had to prioritize them, you should be way more worried about the Antichrist because no one's worried about it. And of course, I don't know how literally one should take these biblical accounts, but in the biblical accounts, the Antichrist comes first. Because people are more scared of Armageddon than the Antichrist, perhaps. The Antichrist comes first, doesn't quite.
Man, as you get tired, everything becomes more difficult. Now, it's become tiring just to lift my water bottle. I mean, I am running into the wall, but I feel morally commanded to signal my virtue.
Let's be honest about why Westerners are turning to the far right. From the shocking election of Donald Trump as the President of America, to Reform UK being the most popular party in Britain, to the AfD winning seats in Germany, to Geert Wilders winning in the Netherlands, and to Rassemblement National becoming the most popular movement in France. Why is this all happening? Well, the answer is blatantly fucking obvious. And before I explain, for the sake of accuracy, yes, some genuinely are far right, others aren't. Reform is not far right, Trump is not far right, the Sweden Democrats are not far right. There's two major problems in Western society at the moment, and one of these we've been allowed to speak about, the other we haven't. So let's start with what we're allowed to speak about. Economically, the citizens of the West have been let down by their governments with varying degrees depending on the country that they're in. But generally, their cost of living has gone up. Their property markets are fucked. They pay too much tax for what they earn. Their wage growth isn't good enough. And inequality has become rampant in our societies. So all the while, people are poorer. They're working in jobs that don't give them enough leisure time to spend with their friends and family, or they're ending up out of work, which means that they have too much free time available, and that makes people resentful. And by the way, with that, there is a fair case to be made that in some countries, actually, their welfare state is too generous, and that has meant that people have become reliant on the state. But regardless of where you sit on the economics, this stuff is okay to talk about. It's socially acceptable. So let's talk about the second thing, the huge problem, which I see as the main reason that people are actually turning to the right now. This problem can be summarised as the repression and control of thought and expression, particularly on issues like immigration, gender identity, sexuality, history, and even things like body shape, what is considered to be healthy. And the cause of this repression is the prevalence and influence of a radical left-wing ideology known as wokeism. An ideology that claims it stands for equality, empowerment and unity, but what it actually stands for is division, manipulation, social control and the undermining of fact and logical thinking. And the average person is sick to death of this ideology being the primary influence on our political establishments, left, centre and even some right-wing parties. They are sick of being told that they are racist for having concern over unmanageably high levels of immigration, and particularly migration from cultures that don't align with our own. They are sick of being told a one-sided view of their culture and history, that everything about their countries is bad, is racist and oppressive, when actually the reality is, like any culture and history, there are good and bad parts to it. They're sick of being told that scientific biological facts about gender differences are actually just social constructs designed to oppress people. And of course that one gender is inherently bad and the other is okay, when actually both of them are equally as important to each other. They're sick of being told that they're transphobic when they support and recognise the struggles that trans people face, but don't believe that prepubescent children should be given hormone treatment. They're sick of being told that you're fat-phobic and not supporting body positivity when people are saying that you should promote obesity, something that is unhealthy and dangerous for people. In summary, there are many things we can see in this world that are common sense, but wokeism has tried to rewrite as being intolerant and bigoted, and if you think or dare to voice your opinion about that, you must be labelled with some kind of bigoteering insult such as racist, Islamophobic, transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic, fascist, the list goes on. And people in the West have had enough of this. They are concerned for the harmony of their society. They are concerned for the well-being of their families and their citizens. They are sick of illogical and hypocritical thinking and their politicians ignoring their demands. And the right are the ones who are now taking a stand to represent that dissatisfaction. So it is inevitable that a reversal happens, and we are seeing that now. I hope that the right don't go too far the other way, but it is about time that there was a readjustment away from this cancer on our society known as wokeism.
Kip says, 40, for someone living in paradise, you drink a lot of fluids. I drink a lot of fluids when I'm talking a lot, right? It tends to dry out the mouth. So otherwise, probably 6 glasses a day. That's it from me. Talk to you later.